Jonas Frog is now following.
Oh, hello, everyone. Hi, and thank you for the follow, Jonas. Welcome to the stream. How are you all doing? I'm excited now. Oh boy. I'm very excited. Hi, everyone. Hello. Hold on, let me make sure I get the names. I have to go past my lower samples. Hi, Dark, you're here early. Congrats on being first. And hi, Cats on keyboard. Welcome to you too. You're also early. I appreciate it. And hi, Petey. Welcome back. Let's see. Hi, Eska. Hello, Jack. And let's see, Oxidized. Hello, everyone. Having an aggressively good day. No need to be aggressive. I also noted that, Onzi, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. Hello. And hi, Zero. And I forgot how to say it. Is it Choabi, I believe, on YouTube? And hi, Clover. Welcome back. Welcome. And I think I got everyone. I think
Clover
so.
from the clouds is now following.
Clover from the other side, I see. I think. Let me double check. Yeah, Sherlyn, is that how you say it? You can tell me. I'm sure I got it at least a little close. Hi. Welcome. Let's see. Let me make sure. I don't think I said hello to you, Zero. Nero. It's very close, but welcome. Let's see. Okay, I think we're good. Have fun. Smiley face. That's the thing you usually do in new music. You could tell. I like to spice it up every now and then. Hi, Princess. Hi, Dark. And wasn't expecting this music. You love it? I'm glad. I try to spice it up every so often. It's not on Twitch's description, but it's on the YouTube description of the music in the background that's currently going. Try to every so often, and my good twin, Nero. Now, who's the evil one? Nero or Zero? Oh boy. How's your week been, though? How have you been? And love your energy so much. Thank you, Clover from the clouds. Are you? Okay. I thought it was a different Clover for a second. No, it's you. Thank you. I'm glad. Like I said, I'm excited. I'm looking forward. And what up, Flagel? Back on the stream. And Nero Slumma from Osu. Mir, was it? Hold on. Names. Mir, you, this is an alt account, right? This is, I'm trying. It is, no, you can tell me which account it is. I tried. I believe it's an alt account. That is the, I see. Got you. Welcome back, Mir. And yep, it's me. I see. Lovely. And I see. We found the evil twin. And I first saw you on my second. Yeah, I do remember. I remember there being two accounts. I couldn't remember which one. And I went live 2D. Welcome, Sam Waffles. I've heard live 2D is painful. At some point, I want to become 2D. Right now, I'm currently 3D, but for now, I stay in 3D. And let me send something to Mir. Got ya. Kitten and Mir. Got ya. I'm trying my best to get better at names. I think I did ask it. I don't know if I got any responses, but your week, how's it been going? My week. Oh boy, let me tell you. I started painting. So about a month ago now, I moved into a new place. That's why you probably hear a little bit of an echo. This room is still very empty, but it's a work in progress. The thing is, the colors weren't to my liking, so I decided to paint for the first time. The room, it started on Monday, and it is still going on, but I was able to get to a standstill at about Wednesday, so Thursday I got access back to my computer. So it has been a week of painting, but it's done just about. Still a few things. How paste tasted? Didn't taste a thing. What? Welcome, Rudy. Welcome. And arms race to the bottom. I shall be the first 1D. That would be a PNG tuber, I believe, correct? And let me see. Can I put a third? My third ever model art? Yeah. Feel free to. Modeling is definitely an art form. I made this one kind of, sort of, semi myself. What I'm most proud of, I'll show you. Hold on. Let me get real acquainted with you, shall I? I made my eyes. You like them? So it's things I take and pull from. The design is me, the eyes are me, the buns and so on and so forth. I got good at photo bashing. That's the best way I can describe it. And free models are notoriously hard to rig. I bet you have to take from like animal inspiration if I had to. And let me tell you something. What do you mean, Petey? And let's see, are you winning, son? Winning very well. And hi, Rodrigo. Hola. Did I get better? Is it hola? Hola. Welcome. And by the way, what do you think of me not doing 11th and 12th grade? 10th grade is high school graduation in my country. I always think it's at least worth it to get a high school degree. I'm not too sure on college, but high school degree most certainly, because that helps with wording. That helps with jobs. There we are. And hola, I see. Got ya. You put it in art? Sure, I will check it out. Did I say hello to you as well? Sam Waffles. Welcome. And big airs. 5th weekend in a row. Might stop keeping count. I'm huge. And I don't want to spend 2 more years wanting to do my own thing, waiting to do my own thing. Oh yeah. I understand that wholeheartedly. But at least your basics are very important. Let me take a look at the model really quickly. Oh, okay. I'll have to take a look at it at the end of stream, Sam Waffles, if you can remind me, since that good old timer is up. You gotta get into things. Let me go ahead and go into this guy here. Now, today should be a lot of fun. I'm hoping as much. We'll see how things go. I never know how things will go. But they go. That's the important part. My friends graduated from top college. Hi, maximum. Oh, I see. Yeah. I would not know, Mir. I dropped out of college. And hello! Now I learned that in German. Hello. I have heard that one before, I think. Yeah, I have. Now, today, we are going to talk about what goes into games, how to make games, or less how to make, more so the idea development process behind it. There's a lot of different aspects that go into it. So today we're only going to tackle one. And probably a future stream some way, somehow. And what was that, Petey? And no pitch because we're not doing it. Yeah, no pitch. Don't worry. We will do a pitch. No elevator though. Isn't those are indeed some words. And hello in Turkish. No. Oh! I thought it was an evil laugh. I see. And planning stories? Yeah. Planning is what we're doing today. Saying all of that though, I ask you a question. And actually, this is a little bit flipped around. We're gonna do what makes a game, why do games feel, how to develop, then resources. So resources should be like 4th, but that's not quite up to par, but that's okay. And imagine Lord Voldemort with an Indian accent. I don't watch Harry Potter. It was too dark and gritty for me, so I wouldn't know. But I want to pose the question now to all of you. What are aspects of a game? What goes into a game? What are things you can think of? I did this sort of slideshow thing back when I first debuted yeah. So almost a whole year now, last August, but we have a lot of new people, so I wanted to go back over. And you're so 20, 30-year-old, huh? I don't know what you mean, Reedy. And gameplay mechanic, a way to interact. Sure, I will write that down. Game engine and framework, that does make a game, yeah. How about, I guess the better question is, what are aspects of a game? I think that's a little bit better. So let's see. Gameplay, that's a little big. Is that too big? That might be to be, yeah, that'll work. Actually, let me also, timer. That would be a great idea. Let me do that. Hold on. What timer can I grab? I will yoink you. Yeah, now where are you? Is it this guy? No, it's that guy. No. Got ya. Lovely. Okay. In that case, that's the timer. That guy there. And it should be able to do that. Okay, good. Now, where were we? We'll do this for 10 minutes. So, what makes a game? Let me get those names down. So, gameplay, or let's just do mechanic. I think that works. Or rather, gameplay. I like that one. Gameplay. All right, and this is weirdly written. Let's say okay. Gameplay, the program, audio, visual, and love. I like that answer. Let's see. Love. Love. Let's see. Programming. PROGRAMMING. What's a big I? ING. Programming and environment. That's a good one. Hi, Pixel Panda. I'd say maybe that would go along with gameplay. Let's see, environment. Oh, ENVIORMENT. Gotta do the 24-hour timer beeps all the time. And explosions. I would assume that is love. Let me scroll up a little bit, make sure I didn't miss anything. Let's see, why the sadness? No clue. Let's see, audio. Audio was another one said, so A-U-D-I-O. A-U-D. Let me, A-U-D-I-O. Audio is indeed another one, yep. Audio, and audio, fun. Fun, I would agree to love. So let's just put fun here. I like that one going there. Fun, I like that. Sugar, spice, and everything nice. That is love, PD, in its purest form. Art, story. Hi, Jake, welcome back. I agree, art. Let's see, art is, yeah, let's just do art. Art, okay, art. Let's see, story. All right. I'm liking these ideas. And your style of writing, G is kind of S-like. What do you mean? I do what I can. And let's see, textures, a goal. I like that idea. Gameplay. Maybe we can say, oh, I'll put that down. I like the idea of just goal. So G-O-G-O-A-L. Goal. I like the goal feel. A level of violence. You mean an experience system, don't you, Nero? It has to be a goal, even if it's just sandbox. Yeah, I do like the idea of a goal. Playtime? Interesting one. Can you elaborate on that one? And hi. And chemical X equals great music. Music is another one. That's kind of audio. So I'll go ahead and put on here music. Music. S-I-C. Lovely. Okay. Let me make sure I didn't miss anyone. Let's see. An idea. Oh, hold on. Let me scroll down. An idea for the. Hi, girl. It's been a second since I've seen you. Welcome back. I hope you've been well. Let's see. An idea for the world character story. Yep. I would put that into story. Story, your characters. I feel like that goes into play. We have love and fun. Very important audio, music. I agree. And bye for now. Best of luck, Rudy. And thank you, Sanapa.
Sanapa just subscribed.
Sanapa. Thank you. And ooh, nice one, PD. Let's see. User interface. That is one. Yeah. User interface. INTERFACE. It's also referred to as Is it UI? UI, I believe, right? UI, and then user experience is UX, right? UI is the interface. That's kind of art though, so I'm just gonna put that there. There you go. Let's see, yeah, UI, got ya. And if we're thinking really simple games like tic-tac-toe, it doesn't have a lot of elements. The very core of the game is the interactivity and feedback, user input. I guess that would be your user experience, kinda, sorta. And yep, Jake, you're on the right, and I'm good. How have you been? I'm excited. Design and talking about concepts is one of my favorite things to do. And characters? I'd say characters would be kind of a story thing, but I will put on here, if it'll let me. I don't think it will. Let's see. User interface and also user, S-E-R, user, now, experience. You know what? I'm just gonna do XP. I'm sure we all get the idea. And settings? Settings, I feel like would be user experience. You know, how the game feels. I think that would be UX. Let me do that. UX. There we go. Okay. Now, chicken. There shall be no chicken jockey here. Let's see. Anything I missed? And actual config files. I can see, just, what is it? What, you consider that programming then? I feel like anything technical would be programming. Now let's see. Hi, Ignoron B. Welcome back to stream. I hope you've been well. Welcome. It's always fun to have a chat about ideas and concepts and thinking. So I'm glad to have you here. Let's see. Anything I missed? Levels of violence, meshes. Yeah, that would be art. Okay, all right. I think we got enough. And I think some games don't have stories but have characters. You know what? We'll put character down here. Story, character, kind of in the same field. And feedback is what makes a game more addictive than real life. While leveling up and getting loot feels great. Yeah, that would be, I believe, called player feedback, if I'm not mistaken. So let me put on here characters. Hold on. And, hydrate. Sure.
Check _16 just redeemed hydrate.
Hydrating. Hydrated. I made sure it was very hydrated well before stream, but I'll take another hydrate. And let's see, character, C-H-A-R-A-C-E-R, character, and let's see, UI is a mix of art, programming, and UX. Characters, usually narrative design. Hold on, I want to see if it'll let me. Screenshot, snipping tool, let me grab that out. I like that explanation. There we are. And plot. Yes, I know, similar story, but you have a story with no plot, it falls flat. Yeah, there's different aspects. I asked that question because I think there are, I think it's 5. I think I put 5 on here. I believe there are five things that make up a game. 5 branches of games you can do. And for what makes a game for me, the culture around a setting. That would be your environment. And at least for storytelling, games would focus in one place. Interesting. And Monopoly doesn't have music, Solitaire doesn't have a story. Yeah, different parts of a game. Let's see, where are we at? Let me do this guy here. Okay, good. So it is 5. I believe, in this essay, I agree with all of your answers. I think we covered everything that I think makes up a game. Hold on, let me drag this guy right here. You've got your design, you've got your story, possibly, not always, but usually. Well, not always, yeah, not usually, not always. You have your programming, your visuals, and your audios. When I say audio, I mean both music. So I didn't put musicians because audio can also be just sound effects. And when I say visual, I mean graphics. So it doesn't just have to be the character art, it could be the user interface. That's why I say visual and audio, since they're both art in a way. And let's see, make a character silhouette, helps with making characters memorable. Yep. It's a lot that goes into it, I can say. One thing I've been trying to do on this channel on stream is I want to try to tackle all aspects that come to game dev stuff. That's why we play games, to get the feel of what games can be, what they can work off of. That's why I do programming. That's why we've done writing streams. I want to do another writing stream. I feel like that would be a lot of fun. And producer I think is the design, the kind of, you say game dev, maybe game engineer. There are different ways they talk about it, but I think overall, and oh, hold on, at least I did read that. Lovely. Okay, good,
Yeah.
I think it's these guys. So I try to do art, I try to do music. Today we're talking about design, and that, as I said before, I did this topic last August, and I believe it was either I think it was my 3rd stream ever. So it's been quite a good second. I've changed a lot since then, and how puts the money. Producer? I mean, the thing is, not all games are made to make money. That's why I didn't put it on there as like a producer who makes the money. Yeah, not all games are set up to make the money, but if you're making a game for commercial field, then yeah, money would be figuring that out. Let me hide this guy here. All right, next question I have for all of you is, oh, hold on, let me hide this guy. Very organized. Why do you think games fail? Let me put that in there. If I were to question you, if you've ever made a game, why do you think it failed? Do you think there was something you could have done better about your game? Or, well, what do you think? I'm asking you. Scope creep? That's a great one, PD. Oh, hold on. Let me put this guy here. There we go. Scope creep. Alrighty. Scope creep. S-C-O-P. Oh, hold on. S-C-O-P. Scope creep. I agree. Scope creep. C-R-E. And for those that don't know what scope creep is how do I best describe it? It's like taking making a mountain out of a molehill, but in the opposite direction of bugs. Oh, that's a good one. Bugs. Bugs. BS. Bugs. Marketing. That's another one. I do agree. M-A-R-K-E-P-I-N-G. I like that one, yeah. And not fun, boring, frustrates, gameplay loop, and hi, Benedict. It's been quite a second. Welcome. And biting too much of what you can chew. Yeah, that's a great idea. Scope creep. Biting too much of what you can chew. Chew. And the company or developer being greedy. Lack of communication. That's a good one. Yeah, and hi, Napa. Welcome to stream. Let's see. Lack of communication. Yeah, especially between teams. I can see that. So let's see. Lack of communication. C-O-M-M-U-N-I-C-A-T-I-O-N. Lack of communication. Let's see. The company or developer greed. I want to steer towards the indie problems, the problems of your average day man. I could talk about EA for quite a long time. Let's see. Scope creep is, yeah, biting too much of what you can chew. So let's see. Fighting, E-I-T-I, fighting too much. Too much, M-U-C-H. Fighting too much, I agree. Let's see. Technical problems, yeah. Bugs, technical. Let's say, instead of bugs, maybe what we can say is lack of ability. I think, yeah, lack of execution. How about that? Lack of, can't execute. Maybe something like that. Anti-execution. I'll just put here can't, E-X-E-C-U-E-E. Can't execute. And what about lack of exposure? I mean, I feel like that could be marketing in a sense, how you show off your game. But again, you gotta remember, not all games are meant to be marketed. We're talking about just a game itself. Why do people start games and the games never get finished? They set out to make a game, but then a few years down the line, game's not made. Why doesn't it get made? That's what I'm wondering. Not so much once the game's made, why it doesn't take off or why it doesn't get a lot of money. I'm talking about before we even get to that part. And bad gameplay feel? That's a good one, yeah. I think someone said that too. And alienating the fan base is also a good reason for games to fail. Interesting. And not finishing making the game. And it's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Yep. Lack of imagination. Interesting, okay. Lack of ideas. How about that? Lack, L-A-C-K. Lack of ideas, I-D-E-A-S, lack of ideas. And taking on too big of an idea, yep. That is what we call scope creep. When you think it's oh man, I can do this, and this, and this, and this. But turns out, that's a little bit above your skill set. Let's see, using the default Unreal Engine camera, it looks so bad. There's so much, like, smoothing. I think that would be like a technical thing. Maybe you can't execute sort of feel. And I feel like my rhythm looter shooter dungeon crawler Metrovania game would be better if I turned it into an MMO as well. There you go. That is a perfect example of scope creep. Hold on, let me copy that. There we go. Oh, it'll undo, paste. There we go. I like that one a lot. I feel like my rhythm looter shooter dungeon crawler. That's a good one. And let's see, terrible team management. Yeah, I think that would fall under lack of communication. Least importance in the deal mit NG. Is that not good? And hi Sand Skull. Welcome back to stream. Welcome. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Where were we? Not creating a universe for your game that has a plot. I'll put on here terrible story. How about that? Let's see. Terrible. E-E-R-R-I-E-L-E-L-E. Terrible story. I kind of feel like it falls under ideas, but I think it works out just well. So terrible story. Okay. S-T-O-R-Y. I like all of these ideas, and I am priming you to get ready for tons of ideas. As today is an idea stream. It's about thinking. Let me make sure I don't miss any. Lack of a creative vision. Ooh, burnout. Burnout's really good. Let me write that one down. Burnout. B-U-R-N-O-U-T. Burnout. That is a really good one. Let me go ahead and hide that timer there. Let's see. Anyone else I missed? Lack of imagination, not finishing it, making the game, yup. Okay, I think we're all good. And lack of testing. I feel like lack of testing might be it's not fun or just bugs. Lack of testing, when you test a lot, you find the problems. Oh, you know what? Yeah, lack of testing. Yeah, I can see it. Lack, A-C-K, lack of, L-A-C-K-O-F-S-I-N-D. There we go. Okay, and let's see. Thanks for the motivation. I'm going to create notes on the slate. Thanks. I'm glad to be of service, Ignoron. And you forgot the main point. Games fail because they aren't fun. I feel like, let's see, lack of testing, burnout, lack of ideas. For me, lack of ideas feels like fun, but I do like that idea, yeah. Not fun, lack of testing. So let's see, not fun, not fun. There we go, okay. So, I'll tell you what I came up with, and I almost started a webcomic with no script. Stopped on page 3. Yeah, planning is important, I can say that. And when people have no progressive system. Some games have them, some games don't. It depends on the game. I will put, oh, if it'll let me, this guy here. Alright, I think there's usually 2 reasons games fail. I think it's because of scope, and I also think it's a lack of planning. Usually, at least for me, I think most of these guys, say for, well, I feel like all of these guys could be, if you could figure out the solution to these 2, your scope and your planning. Let's see, if we go through these, bugs you'd have to plan and have to figure out, and believing in yourself, that is a solution. It does help quite a lot, and when people have no idea to do that, good, okay. Yeah, okay, lovely, let's see. We have marketing, yep, marketing could also be lack of planning. You just didn't look at the market, the market you're trying to do for your game. Lack of communication, I think goes back to lack of planning. If you're on a team, and I don't know what scope means, scope is this. Imagine you set out to make a game, right? It's the, okay, hold on. I have the perfect example of this guy here. Let me see if we go here. Okay. What do you think is the easier game to make? A game like Mario or a game like Undertale? And if not Undertale, maybe like Legend of Zelda, something of that nature. Which one would you say is easier? I'd say Mario. And that's because it's simple. So scope kind of means the features, the things that go into it. For a game like Mario, yeah, for a game like Mario, what do you have to do in the game? You have to jump, you have to get to the other side of the screen. That's about it. You can kill these guys, you can, oh, if it'll, hold on, there we are. You can kill these guys here, and you can jump onto this, right? That's all you can do in Mario. But imagine, right, now we start adding the other aspects of Mario. In some Mario games, the mushrooms do different things. They give you fire powers, or there's some underwater levels in your Mario, or maybe now you have new characters that do different things. That is scope. That is scope creep. The size of your game, how big your game gets. Compared to a game like Undertale, there's a fighting system, there's a shopkeeping system, there is a whole story, there are levels and items and all of these things. This game is 10, 20, 30 times harder to make than something like Mario. That's why people usually say when you start making games, keep the scope small, keep it small and contained. And to scroll to the side was unheard of. But it depends. Back in the day, Mario was the revolutionary and difficult. I know there's something to do with the palette. Changing the palette was something. And I can't forget Nintendo being, well, Nintendo. Oh yeah. I just use it as an example since it's a very popular one. And I want to try making a visual novel, okay? I, at some point, also want to make one. I just heard it's something at Godot, not too much, but Pi something. There's a certain engine for visual novels, but I have not learned it quite. And let's see. Doesn't this apply to any project that's complicated? Yeah. I'd say you can use, for the most part, anytime something's difficult, there's a way to solve that difficulty, and that is by planning. If you break things down into manageable chunks, it shouldn't be too difficult. So for example, let's see, if I just zoom into here for a quick second. I want to make a game, the Mario game, right? Let's go back up here, actually. This guy here. Okay, so in Mario, right, you got your movement skills. So let's see. I want a feature of collecting random items. So we'll just say lucky blocks. Collect lucky blocks, C-O-L-L-E-E-T, collect lucky, L-U-C-K-Y, collect lucky blocks, B-L-O-C-K-S. In order to add this feature, I have to have a player that can move, so player movement, L-A-Y-E-R-M-O-V-E-M-E-N-T. Player movement would be important, right, to get there, and I gotta go doing daily drawing in Japanese. Bye. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I hope you have a lovely one, Mir, and best of luck with studying. I need to get back on that. Let's see. Did I miss anything? And Mario, not that easy. Oh yeah, it's not that easy, but it's easier than Undertale. And making mushroom grow big. Yeah, Renpai, that's what I'm thinking of. Yep, thank you for that one. And not spelling though. It's naturally good at writing to the point I accidentally, or you're naturally good, that you accidentally foreshadow. Not spelling. We all have our strengths. It's a thing. I can't say that much. Yeah, I have lots of ideas, lots of places to go, but I need to make sure I anchor myself and execute. Let's see. To collect this block, right, you need to be able to have player movement. You would also need to have a detect radius for when the, Renpai. Thank you, Jake. Let's see. Player movement would be important. We would need a way to detect when the block is activated. So let's see. Detection range, we can do that. Let's see. Yeah, D-E-D-E-C detection. Detection range, so range. Detection range would be important. We would also need to figure out how to spawn the items. Let's see. Spawn the items. SPAWN. Spawn items. ITEMS. So the fact that this one little block has just these three things, but even this, you could even go in more in depth with more bullet points and lines. So that's been a thing for me. When a task seems too big, I try to break it into as many chunks as I can, and then I slowly work my way up through the list, and it makes it a lot easier than if I just thought, okay, collect lucky blocks. Let's do that. Gotta plan it. And let's see, did I miss anything? Then add animation. Yep. Object collision. I would say that would go under detection range, figuring out the collision of the object. You can get very in-depth, and I think the more in-depth you get, the less you'll find that you're struggling to finish something. So you can have an idea. It's the execution I find to be trickier than others. And let's see. All right, need to pull out the weapon. Huh? What do you mean, Zero? I've been reading. Do you mean the portal gun? I have been reading it though. I have. Saying that though, let's see. Okay. Just to touch on scope creep again. This is how an earlier version of Minecraft looked. This is more current Minecraft. This is still old Minecraft, but this is current Minecraft. And you can see they're very different games. What I just wanted to point out here, why I have this up here, is the fact that Minecraft at its core is a game where you just place blocks and break blocks. And then from there, they added more things to the game, like lighting and monsters and food and eating. You can see here, there's no hunger and health bar. Now there is. There's directions, there's different biomes and trees. So as long as you start with the core, then you can go bigger. That would be the scope. And that's what I'm trying to emphasize most, is that scope. And bosses, yeah, they did add bosses as well, yep. And having to figure out how to program and add bosses is its own thing. And multiplayer mode, there was a multiplayer in the beginning, and pixel art, but 3D heresy. What do you mean? It counts, it totally does. Okay, so saying all of that, I wanted to draw all of your attention to my games. Now, I have made one game. Only one game so far. I made it in 24 hours. And when I say 24 hours, I mean I put on a timer for 24. And anytime I worked on the game, I started the timer. So it wasn't one day. It was about a week or 2 weeks, but it was 24 hours length. And it is a very simple game. I tried to consider scope. All the game is you click the stars when they appear on screen, when they're at a certain icon, so a certain range. And you're just supposed to batter on the screen and player number go up. A very simple game. I tried my best to, and I was able to complete it. And it's because the scope was small. And I play with shaders, so you haven't seen Bare Minecraft in a while. Yeah, it changes. I can't go back to vanilla. I've been too tainted by modded. Saying that, I'm currently making a game, and this is where I'm currently running into my issue at the moment. While my first game was an arcade game that was point and click, and you know, one of those endless games that you could click, blah, blah, drop and go. This one was inspired by that internet game you'd get when your internet is off, so the dinosaur game, and taking notes for educational gamification tools. Someone, was that you? I think, I can't remember, but someone said my game here is good for, what is it, reaction time? Which is really flattering. And the fact that it helps them get better at being pinpoint. Was that you? I can't remember the name quite, but I do remember that. And a point and click arcade game? New to me. Yeah, arcade game. Those are usually your fast games. Like, I would say Pong is an arcade game. It's a very simple concept. You could say Tetris is an arcade game. Things like that you could find in arcade. I'm putting 2 and 2 together, Ignorant. It took me a second. Eventually. Oh boy. Saying that, I'm currently creating a Rivalry Cafe simulator, and if we look at what PD sent earlier, are you noticing something? Just a smidge here. Rhythm, looter, shooter, dungeon crawler, Metrovania. And yeah, Pong and Tetris are the normal for me. Yeah, small games that have one thing going for them, not big. I should have known going into this, and 28. I see! I couldn't remember the name! I see, I can give you a proper thanks now. Oh boy. You can see my bit of my issue here. I've been making this game since last August. August is coming up again, so I will have made a year's worth of progress. And hi, Weevasaurus Rex. Welcome to the stream. And hey, you, ears in chat. Hey, yo to you. I hope you've been well. It's nice to see familiar names. It's always lovely. I was wording earlier. Yeah, words. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. I went into this game wanting something small. I thought I could finish this by the end of December. It is now January, February, March, May. It's now May. So you can see scope. But my idea was that this game wouldn't be too big. I thought to myself, however, if we go back to one of these guys up here, bugs can execute. This is currently what I'm running into in 1 year's of progress. Good stuff, thank you. It's been not enough, but you know what? I will finish it. It will be done. And always happy to chill with Eris and chat when I can. Thank you. And Octus Green Moose something lava cheese. Giant snake birthday cake. Talk snake. Yeah. That's all I remember. Going back to this guy here, the reason it's not, I would say, scope creep, why I'm running into this issue, it's because rhythm, this genre here, the rhythm genre itself is a doozy. There are certain genres that are easier to make than others, such as, going back up to here, genre like a platformer, easier, and hi Smitch, welcome to stream, easier than making something like Undertale, just by design. So, had I known that going in, probably wouldn't have made a rhythm game. Rhythm game itself could be its own big project. So I've got typing. Typing was okay to do. Cafe Simulator, also okay to do. Rhythm is where I'm having the issue. Because I lack that skill to do it, it is a bigger topic than I thought needed to be done. That's why the game's taking very long. So I bring you here today, since I can't program on the game right now, at least on stream. I'm working behind the scenes too. We're going to try to develop ideas for another aspect of my game that I'm not even sure if I want to add anymore. But we'll see. Again, scope creep. I'm trying to keep the ideas small. It is a game where you serve customers, you type to the beat to the music. That is it. Now, I want to add different flavors and foods and animations and customer types and ghosts and all of those things. That comes later. And for me, the part of writing the correct letter is the difficult part of yours. Did I write something incorrectly? The part of writing the correct letter is... I see. I assume I wrote something off. And 10-finger courses are terrible. What's 10-finger writing? I've never heard of that before. And you can also try this method. I have heard of that. Yep, Zelda, but looter shooter. I have heard of those indeed. Let's see. And a lot of good dishes are the ones where you need to cook them slowly. Yeah. It needs to steep. I want this game to be a learning experience. I want to eventually put it on Steam, and we don't speak about the ghost. Hopefully we'll be able to get to them later today. Fingers crossed. We'll see. So, I know where I went wrong, and I will not make that mistake again. And you don't touch type? What? Typing? Is that what you mean? I'm a little confused on that one. Let's see, is there anything else I'm forgetting here? We covered that guy, yep, covered that guy, yep, covered that guy, yep, that guy, Covered these guys? Okay, I think we're all good to go. Saying that, let me bring you into this screen. So now we can talk about resources. Let me double check that is exactly what I want to talk about. What makes a game, why do games fail, how to develop ideas. Yep, now we can get into that guy. So I'll click this guy here, and I'll have this guy linked here. If you don't know, I have a website. It is irisezra.com. I have a lot of different links to resources here. Should you want to find them, be it for pixel art or other things, you can see if you click here, this blog guy. Let you know different topics I've covered. Since today's topic is about game dev and getting started with game dev and making ideas, that is the guy on here. Now, it's not fancy and prettied up quite yet, but it works. It has links. And touch type equals typing without looking at the keyboard. Oh! Yeah, I do. I don't look at the keyboard. I can close my eyes or look at someone else while I'm doing the keyboard. I used to be great at computer classes when they would have us do those courses where you have to do the games for typing. That was really fun. You can see why I like computers so much. Dang, now, what was I gonna say? Oh, this is what we covered. I just wanted to put this here as a quick reference. The aspects of a game, so your design, writing, all of those things. Next up, I wanted to tackle, just quickly, briefly touch over it, game design documents. This guy here is what's responsible for helping with keeping your games planned. You can click this guy here to playlist, and it will take you through a playlist of videos I found helpful personally on game design documents and ideas of game design. So that's there for you if you'd like to look at them. We'll be covering a small portion of it, but if you'd like more to look at, same link as starred will be useful in the future. What do you mean by starred and brain stack overflow? Ah, interesting name. Welcome back. And can you elaborate a little bit? Do you mean pinning it to the top of the screen or what exactly? And I did read that. Good. Okay. And starred like in Chrome. Oh, yeah. I do stir things from time to time. Or do you mean you? In that case, I do appreciate it. Ah, got ya. Yeah. Thank you. Saying that, I also have a link on here. Bookmark. Yeah, bookmark star. I got confused for a second. I also have on here a list of game genres. Now, I eventually on my website want to have a list of linked games. Since I'm focusing my art and art style on pixel art, I'd love to put somewhere on the website game genres and have examples of game genres. But for right now, I link you to an article that goes over different game genres. So if you don't know what's out there, this kind of goes through them, explains them, and tries to talk about the subgenres. It's a big topic, but it gives you I think a good enough look over what possible games are out there. And speaking of rhythm games, there are certain games that are difficult to complete. I'd love to add like a star system as well to say, how difficult is it? I've seen some videos. I will put those there probably after stream, as well as just genres that are difficult to complete. Someone asked in the Discord earlier if they should make a RPG as their first game. I believe Turuxino? I think that was the name. And no. If you have the spirit to, do it. There's nothing holding you back. But considering the fact I have been making my game for almost a year, and it's because it's a rhythm game that it is painful. I can only imagine how hard it would be to complete a RPG. That's one of those, don't touch them until you've made about 5-ish games. But again, if you have the spirit for it, by all means tackle the challenge. And I've been using a PC for more than 20 years and I still have to look. Oh yeah, I see. I mean, I think depending on what it is, my game will be a typing game, so it's important that I have decent enough typing skills. I can say that one. And this has got to be very annoying. Yeah, to do it. I can at least say, I'm glad, well, do you do the singular ones for the keys? Or work with a team? True indeed, yep, teamwork is the dream work, I do agree. Now, if I click on this guy here, you can see my GDD. This is what I like to think of as the core part of the game. That's what I've tried to, boil it down to? We'll be using this today, and we'll try to create 3 different games, spend about 30 minutes each of trying to think of ideas and go through this guy and see if we can make our own game ideas that are small in scope. So that's the hope of it. And we'll see how it goes. So this guy here is what I'll be referencing. This is my customized game design document that I made. It has a few things on here. It's not very big. Some game design documents are big, some of them are small. I tried to keep them to what I think is the smallest or the MVP when it comes to it. An MVP, minimum viable product. What's the smallest thing you can do? And I even talk about down here about with Mario, the movement, the jumping, the end of capturing the flag. Everything else can come later. And the same as neck of the guitar, more than 15 years. And some specific game dev tools can make it a lot easier. RPG Maker, for example, or RenPy. That's very true, Fladel. Yeah. Depending on the game engine. I happened to choose a game engine that was bad for rhythm games. I'm sure if I had used what I think Unity is it that's really good at rhythm games, but yeah, I did the worst thing with the worst thing and it made it very worse, very poor. But you learn, and that's the fun part about it. Next up, we have this list here for just general things. If you are looking for more ways to generate ideas, as I said before, we'll be going through this and looking through, I looked at this, I took notes, so we'll be discussing this. But again, if you just want more videos to look at, and I need a team. If it's just me, I can't stay focused. It's like, I need to know that someone is relying on me. I can understand the pressure 100%. For me, I feel like I work better without a team. Then again, I haven't done many team-based exercises, and I do eventually want to do game jams and work with people to make games. That seems like a lot of fun. Right now, I want to focus on honing my skills, and then eventually work with other people. I want to understand all aspects of a game before people get delegated to them. That's the word I think I'm looking for. Assigned, as delegated to certain tasks, so writing, visual, audio, things of that nature. And let's see. Saying that, we have these guys down here, and they're my favorite. I like using randomizers. I feel like it adds a little fun and a flair to whenever you're doing something. I've got on here, I believe that's 6. I'm trying to get better at Roman numerals. We have on here, let's see. 1, 2, 3. And let me go ahead and close this guy here. 1, 2, 3. Yep. 4. Let's see. 4, 5, and 6. So, if you've never heard of a gambling, yeah. No, but the right way. And oh, Mercrose, is that how you say it? Welcome to the stream. And even within genres, each game has its quirk. Agreed. Imagine Pokemon easy to program without the design versus games like Final Fantasy, where many enemies are just recolors. Yeah, I feel like for Pokemon at least, the idea of battle, it's a game where you have to battle enemies, right? The scope creep comes from how many enemy types there are, how many stats there are, and the level up system and things of that nature. That's where it gets difficult. If Pokemon was just a game with like 10 creatures, not so hard, but if you want to make it full and fleshed out, I can see it being painful. Final Fantasy, I have heard of it like, I don't know too much about the game. I've played it once. Didn't end well. But yeah, it depends. Sometimes it's just enemies A and B, and different people work differently. Yeah, if it works for you, it works for you. Exactly, 100%. And maybe there's a more optimal way of doing something, but learning also takes time, so to each their own. I agree, yeah. And I play guitar a lot. Yeah. I think it's just finding what works for you. And I did read that. Good. Okay, where were we with words? All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe, and that is 6. Yep, okay. So, these guys here are different generators. I like using them sometimes. I think they're fun. And music. Is there a way to mute the music? I'll just do this. There you go. You're not hearing 2 things. And so there's these things called game jams that game devs and just creators in general participate in, where you spend a certain amount of time, and this is loud for me. Hold on. I'll just refresh. There we go. You spend a certain amount of time, and I think I can even look at... Nope, I can't. But they're always going on. And hello, the original panda. Welcome back to stream. The idea is that you are set up with a theme and you have a slotted amount of time to finish it. You can work by yourself or you can work with other people. It's just supposed to be by the end of this time, you have a game together. And that sounds like fun. I, at some point, would like to host a game jam on for people. I think that could be a lot of fun. Because I'm working on my game currently, once I finish the prototype, then we can see about maybe doing a game jam. I want to make sure I stay focused. I get sidetracked very easily. And Pokemon's really just a numbers game? Yeah, with marketable specimen as a coat of paint. Yeah, it's about numbers and balancing. Thank you for the heart. So sweet. Let's see here. The idea is just this guy's, it gives you themes, different theme ideas. So I linked to a bunch of them. This one, World End, Misdirection, Black Metal, 10,000, and so on and so forth. So if you're looking for inspiration, this is a way to get it. An Airstream foreshadowing. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've said this before, right? We also have this gambling guy right here. I think it has audio effects. Let's see if it does it. It does. Hold on. Oh, there you go. That's adorable. The hearts never end. I'm getting attacked. How sweet. And genre, location, goal. So the hope of these guys is just to give you ideas. I like this guy, so we'll keep him open. This guy too, doesn't seem too bad. This guy, I like how they... Whew, you don't hear that music. That was loud music. Is it? Could I do it again? Okay, you weren't hit with music, but all these guys are just... Oh, should be able to hear that. Just random things. So if you need some inspiration, there it is. In Far Cry, I have heard Far Cry. Haven't played it. Not my type of jam, but I have heard it. And if you do it right, sight tracking can be a great strength. It's called a 1% method, great for ADHD. Never heard of sight tracking before. What is that? Curious. And I think, let's see, this guy here. I like how this guy is also just gamified and it lets you do these guys. So it gives you ideas and tells you a whole name. And hey! Hi, Vico-san. I don't think I've seen that name before. Welcome to stream. Hi. And, oh, maybe you don't need these games. These just play a game if you have problems with inspiration. Yeah, as I said, there's different ways. I like these guys. They get my mind going. But the best type of inspiration is always, well, for me at least, the best way to make games, or really anything, so best way to make games, best way to make art, is to get input. You want to do output, you gotta have a lot of input. So you gotta get inspired by playing games that you want to make, or looking at art you want to make, and taking those apart. That's I think the biggest thing. Observation is a really important skill. And hey, chat, enjoying. I'm enjoying very well. I hope you are too. These guys, we'll use these guys. Yeah, okay. There we go. Alrighty. And saying that, there are just a few more things to cover. And as they say, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Yeah. I've heard it called the yoink and twist method. Someone talked about it earlier, but it's something, but something. And that does get covered as well on the game ideas guide, but just taking something, or it's this and this combined. So taking ideas, using them, everything is an inspiration of something. And I mean getting distracted and doing something else. If you do sidetracking right, it can be a great strength. I see. You can tell how well I'm good at that. We have on here 2 programs. I usually get asked what program this guy is, if I click this guy just very quickly. And as someone who played competitive Pokemon on multiple occasions, I don't want to face another Corden or see another Paris trap. I want to get into Pokemon eventually. Soon, PM. Let's see, if I scroll back down here, yep. This guy is Concepts. This is the program I use. You can either pay it $5 a month, or I thought it was $30. It's $40 for the lifetime. And so I offer you the free alternative. It is called Excalijaw. That's this guy here. It is like a whiteboardy feel. If I click this guy, open this guy here, it allows you to draw, you can see, and it is also an infinite canvas if I can zoom out and zoom in. So if you're wanting to draw on a canvas but don't want to pay for the canvas, this allows you to do it. This allows you to have their typing, your names, your images too as well. So if you want that there, that's there for you. There is also this program called Draw.io. It's another browser. So these are both browser, but you can look start here and you can see. And this one specifically is a flowchart maker. I've seen some people when they're making game ideas use flowcharts, so I added this in here just in the clause. Draw.io also does flowcharts, but I think this is a little bit easier to do a flowchart in, since it feels a little bit nicer compared to if I go here and I have, let's see, I'd have to draw this guy here and then the arrow guy here. So it's possible to do flowchart as well, just depends. My internet cut out. Did my previous message show up? Let me scroll up. It's someone like you need to know relying on you? Do you mean that for collaboration, Zero? That was the last one you sent. And maybe you should sidetrack into playing a game. I try when I can in my free time to play games. I have to remember playing is just important as making. There we go, making. And Excalijaw is also great for collaborations. I use it sometimes for D&D maps. Ooh, I did not know that. Thank you for that one. I also want to do D&D at some point, possibly. A lot of plans, I tell you. Saying that though, we have everything we need at our disposal. Now, I want to spend, let's see, it's about to be 2 o'clock now. I stream from 1 to 5 p.m. EST, so a total of 4 hours. I want to try, and let me go back to this planning guy here. And we're using Miro. I do like Miro, yeah. And I like this one better. I like the idea of being able to draw. Yeah, I like Miro. Miro's nice. Excalijaw, there is a paid version that will let you and other people draw on it. It's just programs, different programs. So it's always a thing of just trial and error. And I do eventually. It's gonna be important. And I didn't previous message, is if anyone's interested, there's released Warhammer typing game called Worth of Vengeance. Oh, how interesting. Thank you for that one, Zero. And D&D is great for idea storming. Oh yeah, I have heard many times that being a DM, so the dungeon master, the one that makes the world and everything for other people, the players, is a game dev. And I agree with that. I think making a game, setting out the story, how the game works, the mechanics, things like that, that does make you a game dev. And the original Doom was based off a D&D campaign. And several animes. Ooh, I did not know that. I can see Doom being inspiration, but animes. That's an interesting one. Ooh, that's a nice one. Thank you for that tidbit. Let's see. Okay. Resources, what makes the game? We talked about that. How to develop games, yep. Brainstorming, okay. We'll try to do 3 to 4. We'll see where it takes us. About 30 minutes each of looking at a theme, trying to make ideas, and seeing where that takes us. And then, depending on how much time we have left, I want to try to brainstorm ideas for my game with the ghosts, since when I first thought the idea of adding ghosts into my game, they worked, but a lot has changed since back when they were thought of. So almost a year now since they were thought of, and I want to see if we can maybe do something different or figure out if they should still even be in the game. And I have a campaign ready for some friends to play on. We just need players. I see. The issue is right now is I've been invited to a lot of games. I just haven't had the time to. I'm currently working on my time management skills, but oh boy, once I'm good, I'll be playing a lot. And I think The Expanse was also heavily modified D&D. It was definitely based on a tabletop RPG campaign, at least. I haven't heard of The Expanse, but ad breaks are about to start, which is a great time to do the section. We'll let the ads run, and then we'll get into things. That works out perfectly. Lovely. Okay, and while that's doing its thing, let me get some. You have a character sheet? And the thing is, I first and foremost, I'm a writer. I make characters. That's the thing I did since my art skills weren't up to par. So I worked on making characters not through art or visually, but through writing and stories. And hi, Mnemonic. Welcome back to stream. Hello, Chaos Gremlin. I am no chaos. I am all that is order. Let me get some coffee. But I'd say, Smench, I have to base the character around the world. So I can't just make a character and plug them in. I like knowing the environment, the world, and then putting them in there. And then also spending like a week or two figuring out putting a mood board up for the character and everything. And actually, let me blow my nose while we're waiting on the ads to end. I gasp! The Expanse is amazing sci-fi books. There you go. I am no fan of sci-fi. I am fantasy all the way. That's someone asked about, what is it?
Emahan Taskin subscribed on YouTube.
Hold on, let me get that name very clear. Ermanan Taskin? Or Hermanam? Or Hermanahan? Taskin? That's my guess. Thank you for the subscription. And let me see, yeah. Okay, let me blow my nose. You make up a fair point, check. Creating a world around a character. There's two methods people have called it. There is bottom up and top down way of making the world. So either you have the game mechanic and then you make the world, or you make the world and the characters and you design a game mechanic around it. I'm not sure which video it was, but there was a video in the playlist that covers it. Let me dismiss that guy there. And it's easier to talk about fantasy that didn't steal from D&D, which stole from Lord of the Rings, which stole from mythology. I love Greek mythology. At some point, I'm going to make a D&D game around that one. That's for sure. Like, well, no, I already did. Never mind. I did, but I had to end it. It was called To Those That Bleed, but it was very Greek inspired. And inspiration is not stealing. Yeah, it's taking what you like, leaving what you don't like, 100%. The ad break is about 30 seconds. So let me go ahead and click this guy here. Okay. So, we have ideas here, ideas to see, ideas to use. And no, stealing isn't wrong in the context of art. In many cases, art is just conversation with Greeks and how the earlier civilizations started. Yeah, I wouldn't call it stealing. I don't really think for stealing, you'd have to be very deliberate and just say, this is mine. But if you go, I like the way you drew that face. I want to try it for my art. Or I like the colors you used. Let me try those colors out. I don't think that's stealing, not one bit. It's taking inspiration from things you like. Everything is inspiration of inspiration. That's the best way I can describe it. But the ad break is up, which means we can go ahead and click on this guy here. Okay. So, I want to find a fun theme to do, one I think could be fun to do. We have on here this guy, genre and location, we'll see these guys. I just want to get a theme idea going. Let's see, goals, genre twist, nope. We need our theme. There we go, okay. So these guys here, we have this guy and we have this guy. Okay, all right. And that's still child's play. Melody spawned in my mind and now I have an idea for a visual novel. The best ideas are the ones that you're not even trying to make. They're the shower thoughts. I always enjoy those. My map's literally decked out for 2 Hermitcraft. From Hermitcraft, a big minigame PG family. I have seen Hermitcraft. I love Hermitcraft. And my first friend that joined plays sometimes in the world setting. Ooh, that's fun. Having longevity, long games that have gone on for a really long time is always very fun. Okay, saying all of that, let's try to see about some ideas. So theme, Okay. Survival, reality's a dream. Sometimes I just like to look at these, generate them, get my brain a-going. But, let's see. Okay, give me a number, and then whatever the theme lands on, we'll try to go from that, unless it's very far out. Like a number less than 10. Don't say 200. Yeah, a number between 1 and 10. We're realistic here with our numbers. Let me get a little bit. 5? 5 it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 7? 7.3. Wait! We need integers, not floats. I will do 7 next. And welcome by the way, Shiv Apollo. Welcome to stream. Real world game. Okay, that can work. And then for our second idea, let's see. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Rivalry. Okay. These will be our 2 themes, and like I said, I want to try to do 30 minutes, a theme for 1 theme each for 30 minutes. I at least want to do 3, so we'll see how this goes. So the first thing will be real world game, and let me go ahead and shut up that. Do in the pie. I said no floats. Oh boy, real world game. Let me go ahead and take a screenshot from here. Real world game. I like that idea. Very fun. All right. Let me go ahead and erase this guy here. So real world game will be our first theme. And then the next one will be, hi, Double R. Welcome back to stream. Welcome. Let's see. I'll also do Rivalry. That'll be the next one. Okay. So, I want to try out the flowchart method. I've never done that one before, so I thought it could be fun. Let me scroll down here and lovely. Okay. Real world game. Alrighty. Let's go back into here. Oh, you can't see that. Never mind. 1 second. Let me click that guy there. Let me click this guy here. Oh, that's dry. I'll start. Yup, there you go. Lovely. It's doing its thing. Okay, there we go. Okay. And saying that, I need a timer. Do you have a timer? No, you don't. Okay. Let me make a timer for this guy. And hello! Hi. Field fails on Thursday. Interesting name. Welcome to stream. That's a very long hello. Welcome. Let's see. Let me go back into this guy here. Grab that timer. This is elevator timer. Do I have another timer I could possibly use that I don't have to grab another one? Elevator timer is 1 minute. Okay, you know what? We'll do you. Yeah, 30 minutes. We'll grab you, and it is the elevator timer text source. Yep. And what does that even mean? Only thing that comes to mind is Pokemon Go. We'll get to that, Jack. You'll see. And that's the fun part I always think is just, how do you interpret it? Let me go ahead and go back to elevator, and yeah, I was bored while writing. Boredom is the best thing. There's always so many things that come and stem from boredom. I wouldn't say I get very bored easily, but I do from time to time just zone out. And maybe based on real world location, that's what I'm thinking. I think, yeah, 30 minutes. There we are. Okay. So, real world. What was the name of it again? Let me close this guy here. Leaf page. Yep. It was real world game. Yeah, okay, that's the thing. Let me go ahead and grab this guy here. Zoom in a little bit. And we'll write real world game. When I think real world game, I think of games that are in the real world. So like tag. Tag comes to mind. What are games you play? Real world rivalry? Rivalry will be the next thing. Right now we're working on the real world. Now, can I add my Fredoka? Will you let me? Fredoka? I don't think it will. We'll just have to go with this guy. I'll go ahead and put on here. Yep, this guy here. And I'll say tag. I think tag. And every time someone joins the stream, hello! I prefer the hi, you know, it serves the purpose, I think, a lot better. You have tag, what's another rule? Hide and seek, I would say, is another real world game. I'll go ahead and add on here. We'll do hide and seek, things like that. Pokemon Go, that is real world. Yes, baseball? We could say instead, how about like a sport? Sport would be a real world game. Yeah, just sports. I think sports is a good, green light, red light. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah. I like how it's just children games. I Spy, that's a great one. That is wonderful. I like that one a lot. All right, let's see. So, red light, green light. All right, okay. Interesting. I like that one. Let me move this guy here. We also have, if I copy and paste, what do we have? You can go here. There you go. There's sports. Rock, paper, scissors is one. Rock, paper, rock. comma, paper, comma, SCI, oh, SCI, SSORS, yep, Rock, paper, scissors. We also have on here, let's see, I'll move this guy over here. There was one I missed. Let me make sure I don't miss it. Oh, hold on. It'd be easy to make lines too. Yep, that works out great. Yep, that's wonderful. Dodgeball, that is sports, but you know what? I feel like dodgeball is its own league. Dodgeball. Let's see, Wii Sports? Wii Sports is just sports. And unfortunately, I need to go. No worries. Marbles? Marbles is great. And welcome to stream, Chris. Welcome. 2 types of IRL games. Pokemon games and horror movie plots. Horror movie plots is one way to describe it. Let's see. Oh, hide and seek. Hide and seek. And the best real world game is Taisha's Castle. I haven't heard of that one before, but welcome to stream, Sencha. Is OBS okay? It said it froze for a second, so I'm not sure if it's good to go. Are we good to go now? Let's see. I need to go? No worries, Ignorant. I hope you have a lovely time. And is it okay to post my notes and edit the posts on the server to share and compare with them? Yep. By all means. It's always fun to share the notes. You can do it in the programming one, the game dev one. If you don't mind, that'd be probably the best. And yeah, it's good. Okay, good. Let me double check YouTube. Just make sure. Okay. It says it's good. And just froze. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, we're good. Let me double check the words. Yeah, sports, castle, okay, battle royale. You know what? We can say instead of battle royale, how about king of the hill? That's pretty battle royale, right? Capture the flag is another one. Let me copy that one. Capture the flag. Flag. There was one, I think, and let's not tell her, huh? You saw nothing! Look away! You saw nothing! Are not all games real world games? I mean, you can't play, I guess you could play Minecraft in the real world. Go punch a tree, not sure if it's gonna break. Zombie poker, you bet a body part until you fall apart. I feel like that would be more comparable to Russian roulette. And Simon says, I think these are all, I think we've got enough of these guys. Simon says, all right. Now, I think, let's see, let me grab this guy here, drag you up to here. These are all great games. I remember fondly these guys. Rock, paper, scissors, we do have that one. Good, shooter games, yep. Oh, yeah, it could be rough. Paintball is very friendly, and pass the parcel. Haven't heard that one before. Interesting, okay. Now, I would say, Simon Says feels like it would be a multiplayer game, so I might drag Simon Says here. Sports. I'm not really feeling sports, so we'll just, oh. I don't know if I like this guy going up here.
Shiv Apollo is now following.
Shiv Apollo. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I don't know why it's a Shiv. Capture the flag. Capture the flag is on here. I just, weird these lines. You know what? I've barely used this guy. I'm used to writing it out. I wanted to try something different, but since these lines aren't lining, you know what? It's okay. You can go here and we'll just deal with you. And any board games, I don't know if I'd classify them as the real world games. And you can't play Elden Ring. Yeah, you can't Fusrota, a dragon. Yeah, some games aren't made equally. Now, saying all of these, I think these are all real world games. I am leaning towards, I don't know too much about marbles. I'm gonna put that there. I am not a sports person, so I'm also gonna put this guy up here. Sports is a great idea though. I do like it, but not my game. What stands out to me is, well, I feel like hide and seek's a horror game, right? That could be a thing. Let me move this down here. I don't want it to be too on everywhere. Let me move this guy here, and there we go. Okay, lovely. So hide and seek. Simon Says hot potato. Ooh. For any of you that play Minecraft, there used to be a hot potato mini game. I Spy. Yes, I Spy. Thank you for reminding me. I Spy on here. There was this hot potato game. And you would hold a potato, pass it to someone, and when the timer ended, you exploded. It was very silly to see people run around in panic. Very fun game mode. And Deadly Evil Bobby. Yeah, he's that face can do no harm. TNT tag? I think it was TNT tag. I think it was Smedge. Let's see, capture the flag, Simon Says. I like the idea. Dodgeball, not too much. We'll move that guy over there. Rock, paper, scissors, not too much. Red light, green light. Maybe not. Capture the flag. Maybe not. I feel like capture the flag's been done a lot. Doesn't have to be done one. Kick the muffin can. I've never heard of that one, but hi, welcome to stream, Rapitas. Welcome back. And let's see, Minecraft Party, haven't done that in eons. I think it was a Minecraft Party. I think that was the game mode. It's been a second. I think it was on Mineplex. Showing my age. Tag? Tag? That reminds me of like freeze tag. What does that mean? Muffin? Huh? I don't get that one. And the Warhammer Type game is really short. I just beat it. Was it? Well, I guess it was fun. It was short and fun is my assumption, Zero, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hide and seek. I like that one. Simon Says. I spy. I kind of like these guys together. Oh, that's what you mean. I get it now. Words should not be said. I understand. Hide and seek. Simon Says. I spy. I like that idea. Block party. Well, there's multiple ones. There was block party, then there was like a TNT one. I do remember that one. There were different versions. I like these 3 ideas. So I'm gonna copy these guys here and hold on. I just realized I'm gonna have to copy concepts and bring you in a different way as the timer won't time correctly. Let me go ahead and grab you down here. Okay, and then I'm just gonna do this guy here, grab concepts. And do concepts. Where we at? Concepts app, lovely. Paste, there we go. That way I don't have to swap screens and we don't have to worry about it not working. Oh, hold on. There I am. And telephone, duck, duck, goose. Yep, duck, duck, goose. Telephone was a fun one. That'd be a fun multiplayer one, I can say that for sure. Okay, let's see. So, we have to fill out these guys here. Our title, our pitch, our hook, our inspiration. Inspiration is not needed, but I like having it. Our platform, our software. We have about 20 minutes left, and I call duck, duck, goose, tap, tap, smack. I was the best at musical chairs. I was speedy. You haven't seen nothing like it. That was one of my favorite ones, though. Let's see. So, title, pitch. Here's what I'm thinking, and I'll let you know now. Hide and seek, right? What if it is Heads Up 7-Up? Ooh, that one. I always wanted to play it, but I was never at school that day to play it. That's a good one, though. And I have to unfortunately leave. I'm eepy. No worries, Benedictus. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you had a fun time chatting and thinking. An 80s child. Oh boy, I was always not at school. And that's so old. It's old, but it's good. Oh boy, so let's see. I will put on here, I'm thinking horror. Horror, H-O-R-R-O-R. Horror? Right? Hide and seek, usually horror. I've seen some games where it's horror, but maybe, right? Maybe the game is I'm training an intern who was a tablet kid. It's wild. I can only imagine. That's so scary. And Simon Seeks. Yep, exactly. That's what I'm thinking, Zero. Simon Seeks. It's hide and seek, but anytime Simon can call a different player for you to go after. That's an interesting one. Simon Seeks. I'll put that up here. Hold on. Let me grab the screenshot if I can figure out where my mouse is. Help. It's lost. There we are. Lovely. And keyboard seems so foreign to them. Hurts my soul. Oh boy, I can't even imagine. That just hurts. I'll put that up there for ideas. But I'm thinking horror, right? Where Simon is the seeker. S-I-M. Simon equals seeker. S-E-E-K-E-R. Simon is the seeker. And maybe, well, I'm wondering, maybe the I Spy is a little bit too ambitious. The idea is that I'm thinking small. I don't want a big, epic fantasy game. I'm thinking a game that I could possibly complete in like a few months. I say as I've been over a few months, but learning. So I'm thinking maybe horror, maybe Simon is the seeker. And the idea is that you have to, let's see. And didn't get the little McDonald's game and Happy Meals. Oh boy, that is wild. And when you play Werewolf Mafia, IDK the name is, Werewolf Mafia, just about in school, I'm always the first one out because 100%, first day you played had 100% win rate. Oh, That's another good game. The social games like Among Us or Werewolf or Mafia, those are fun. Impaired backseat. I thought I'd ban that word. I am not happy that well, you said it differently. That's probably why. Let's see. Yeah, horror, where Simon is the seeker. So, and Werewolf's so fun, it is. I'm just not good at it. I'm a terrible liar. Let's see, and Simon gives demands that change how you have to hide. This encourages players to move and adapt, making every round unique rather than just hiding under the table bed again. Yeah, maybe Simon Says is the role player. Maybe, and I know this is a bit of a trope, but you know what? We love the tropes. Maybe you are, right, let's see here, there we go. Maybe you're a babysitter, and where's this guy here? I'm thinking you're the babysitter. And I feel like I've seen this before possibly, but you're, while you /are, you're the babysitter. Babysitter, B-A-B-Y, sitter, S-I-T-E-R. Or maybe, you know, maybe we don't want to go the babysitter round. And Simon, I spy where he's looking at. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe check the last message. Did I miss something? Other players can help you find them. However, anytime Simon can change the target to them. I'm thinking not multiplayer. I'm thinking you're versing like the robot, the game, what is it? The computer. I think I want to go in the direction of not multiplayer. I haven't tried multiplayer before, and since I'm trying to keep it low spec, and Who's Your Daddy but horror? Who's Your Daddy is a game about not letting the baby die. So not quite. In this one, I'm thinking maybe you're the babysitter, or maybe, right, you know what would also be a fun setting is maybe you're a camp counselor. C-A-M-P, camp counselor. Camp counselor, C-O-U-N-D-I-L-E-R. That does not work, right? Counselor. Camp, hold your horses. C-O-U-N-C-L-E-R, no. C-O-U-N-S-E-L-O-R, what? C-O-U-N-S-E-L-O-R, weird. Didn't see many people with phones in school. It's in high school for me. Interesting. 98, so barely 90s kids. Old enough to remember VHS tapes. Yeah, VHS tapes were the best. And Werewolf was fun, I did read that. Okay, I did. Lovely. Okay, and Seeks, so anytime Simon can call a different player for you to go after. Yeah, okay. Maybe you're the babysitter. Maybe you're the camp counselor. Yeah, possibly. I'm thinking it takes place, I feel like it could be fun though. Do it in a house setting. Or maybe it takes place in a house, that's why I'm leaning more towards the babysitter. And, anytime Simon can give you a hint of where to check, but if he doesn't say Simon Says, he's lying. Interesting. So you're thinking maybe Simon should be not the seeker, but the hider. I don't know about that one. It says maybe like a Simon, or if you're playing Simon Says and it's like camp counselor at Camp Crystal Lake. I feel like I've heard that one before. And old enough to remember a chalkboard. I do remember chalkboard. And think how much you complaining, I say. Just reminiscing. I see. Okay. That is an interesting idea, Zero. Bananas! I'm not putting that on screen. Where was I? I do like the idea of maybe it's some way have like you're in the house, so you got like a couch, the lamp, so on and so forth, and you're hiding from, so maybe you're not the babysitter. Maybe you're the hider. Yeah, maybe you're the hider. You could be the hider or the seeker. So maybe you're the child. Let's see. Maybe you're not the babysitter. Maybe you're the baby. There we go. Maybe you're the baby. Maybe, mayhaps, you have a scary, some sort of babysitter coming over. The babysitter, little light brights, moon shoes. Nope, don't remember that one. And you're the seeker. That is a seekerception if I've ever heard one. Let's see. Yeah, I like the idea. You're the baby. There we are. And maybe Simon in some Moo Shoes commercial. I'll have to take a look at that later, Beatus. I love to reminisce, but I'm on a timer. So we gotta stay on focus on the game idea generation. And maybe Simon's some kind of narc or snitch that you have to follow their orders so they don't re-level your location. I like that idea. Let me put that up here. hold your horses. The mouse is still not syncing. Are we good? It disconnected again, oddly enough. I'm not sure what the issue is currently. Let me put this guy here. Here we go. Let me double check to make sure Twitch and YouTube are okay. Says it's good there. Says it's good there. Okay, I will believe it. And let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking, and let me actually, I thought it'd be easier to write it out, but 12 minutes is not a lot of time to slowly write everything out. What I'll do instead is make a copy of this guy here. That way we can get a proper solution. My GDD. And this is file, make a copy. Hold on, make a copy. A copy of GDD, make a copy. Lovely, okay. And I'll bring you, oh, never mind, we're already in here. There we are. And it's far in the future and Simon is our machine overlord. We must obey, we must hide. That's a neat idea. That would be like futuristic feel. Let's see, I'm thinking title. We can come back to the title. Title can come a little bit later. But I'm thinking the hook, what makes your game stand out. I'm thinking it's a list of mini games. And maybe Simon is all the responsibilities. You have to hide from them like in the... Oh, that's silly. I like that one. And I refuse to condemn or deny my memory that might date me older than my own mental image of myself. That's a fair point, Oxidized. Let's see. Yeah, okay. What I'm thinking is, let me zoom in a little bit to make it easier to see. Your babysitter. Your babysitter is Simon. Your babysitter is Simon. And you are forced to listen to them. Right before bed, they suggest playing a game to get you tired. Baby. And Big Simon is watching. How silly. Always watching. How horrifying, really. I can see that one, like a futuristic feel. I can feel it, oh boy. Yeah, look. Let's do that here. I think that's a little bit better. The setting, there we go. There we are. Your babysitter, oh, hold on. I know how to English, I assure you. Your babysitter is Simon, you're forced to listen to them. Right before bed, they suggest playing a game to get you tired. The game is hide and seek. Hide and seek. You have to change your hiding location. And is this for a game jam? This is I like to call it a bit of an idea jam. Today's about taking ideas and trying to see where we can take them and make them into games. Not a game jam, so I'm not making a game. I'm just making ideas. This is just brainstorming 30 minutes. Get a theme, brainstorm, and plan it out. We're exercising our imaginations today. And I can read that. Lovely, lovely. Okay, let's see. You have to change your hiding location based on Simon's. And I'll make it for my first game. How sweet, Beatus. How sweet indeed. I can't say. I'll wait till the end. At the end. Let's see. You have to change your hiding location based on Simon's requirements. How about that? And I'll always come back. Welcome back, Rudy. Let's see. You have to change your hiding location based on Simon's requirements. Survive. SCR, survive. I think that is the goal. Yeah, how about that? Your babysitter Simon, you're forced to listen to them. Right before bed, they suggest playing a game. Yeah, your babysitter Simon, you're forced to listen to them. Right before bed, they suggest playing a game to get you tired. The game is hide and seek. And target audience is the children, people named Simon. We can go, we'll see. We have 8 minutes. So we'll see if we can, how far along we can get here. Yeah, your babysitter is Simon. You're forced to listen to them. Right before bed, they suggest playing a game to get you tired. So the hook? If I hook, what makes your game stand out? How different it is from other games? I'd say genre. Here's a list. It's going to be first person. Actually, yeah. What if we do top down? Top down. And Simon says the floor is lava, something like that. Top down. Maybe you can consider it a minigame. And maybe horror. Because Simon's always changing it up on you every so often. And hide and seek, but you have to find the kid you're babysitting while Simon is a killer. Ooh, let's see. He gives you hints for the kid, but if he doesn't say Simon says, it will lead to you to him, then you die. That is, ooh, I do like that one, Zero. Very interesting one there. Let me grab that one there. I'll put it up on the board. That's a nice one. Let me go ahead and grab that here. And let's see, balancing the request and the objectives. Target audience. Yeah, it's gonna be objectives. So I'm thinking it won't be, I say, and then it's very hard, but having a list of things Simon Says can say, and how can you make it so Simon knows you did something incorrectly? Maybe, I'm thinking of something like Little Nightmares, where certain bosses couldn't do certain things. Like, there was this one, I say bosses, but Simon explodes and dies. The thing is, the game doesn't have to make sense. It can be very silly, but I like adding a little bit of logic to my game. I'm thinking though, maybe, what if like Simon's blind or something? So maybe it's around hearing or something of the sorts, where they can tell just by hearing or something of the sorts. And Simon says crouch. Godot then checks to see if you're holding that button. Yeah, but how would Simon know if you're crouching is the thing? So you just pay attention and don't do the thing. Simon doesn't say. Whoa. How about setting survive? You're a babysitter, Simon. You're forced to listen to them. Right before bed, they suggest playing a game to get you tired. The game is hide and seek. You have to change your hiding location based on Simon's requirements. However, you also have a little sibling, S-I-B-L-I, little sibling, who is a narc. If you don't follow Simon's commands, they'll tell on you. They'll tell on you, and you'll lose. There we go. That's how Simon can know things went wrong. Miss Simon, Jeremy's not playing the game right. You said to put your arm up and Jeremy put his arm down. I think that'll work. And Simon knows where you are. He's just playing along. It's all very cutesy. Simon could definitely be an entity, and every time you do something wrong, so you have to absolutely terrible hiding spots like behind the curtains. You know, that could be, I do like that, terrible hiding spots. And Simon becomes more deep fried. The audio, do you mean? And once you find the kid, you have to escape. But Simon, from wherever he was hiding, starts coming after you. Yeah, that's horror. I hope you can tell I don't play too much horror. I like that idea though. I'll put that up here. It is a horror idea. You know, I say horror, but it's not too horror. I feel like this would be more lighthearted than horror. But I think this works setting. Yeah, if you don't follow Simon's command, they'll tell on you and you'll lose. Yeah, and we can get weird and meta with it. Simon says open the settings menu. That would be an interesting idea. Simon says lower the volume. Or what if, right, maybe the microphone's connected to the game and it says, Simon says be quiet. Simon says they can hear you. Something like that. And the siblings also named Simon. You have to do both their requests and the seeker Simon. Simon says press Alt F4. You have a sibling named Simon, and that's why they suggest the game? That could be it. And mic recognition? Yeah, that'd be fun. Top-down minigame. Why I'm thinking top-down is if I hide this guy here, where we at, or show this guy. I'm thinking, right, imagine this is the living room space, and the floor, right? If the floor is lava, maybe instead you just have to stand here. So this is the lava, this is a couch, and you sit here. And that's the idea. They give you a few seconds to do different things, possibly. Maybe. Or it could be first person. That is another thing. I feel like first person could make it fun because you could shoot at people, and then that would be the, well, not shoot at people. Hold on. I'm thinking first person shooter. Anytime I think first person, that's immediately what comes to my head. Overwatch. What I meant to say was parkour. The idea of parkour in your area is what I'm thinking. Like a little couch here. This is me doing my 3D skills here. You'd have to sit here and sitting on the couch because oh, hold on. That's not what I did. Alright, there you go. And the floor is lava. That's the floor right there. Yup. And then this is another chair. There you go. Like that. This is a block, actually. This is a block for you to sit on. And Simon says, run. Yeah, I like that idea, Zero. That's a horrifying idea, but I like it nonetheless. Let me go ahead and do this guy here. Simon says, run. Scary. That's good though. Very good. And okay, I did read that. Lovely, lovely. More deep fried. And I'm making my comment again. Make a bunch of mini games. Oh, did I miss that? My apologies, Smudge. Let's see. Environment deteriorates slowly into a bloodier, darker theme until you discover something wrong. Ooh, interesting one. Let me put this guy here. Hold on. Let me grab this guy here. There we go. I like that one a lot too, yeah. The thing is, let's see. There's this game called We Happy Few, and it is a psychedelic trip on things. And the idea is that you have happy medicine. And if you don't take your happy medicine, then you don't hallucinate. And when you take the happy medicine, the world is happy and sun shines. But when you stop taking it, you see the world for what it really is. So maybe, not medicine. Maybe it's childhood wonder and awe instead. And you know what's funny? What would be funny? And let me go ahead and move this guy back here. So we have, we'll hide this guy. There we are. Okay, now, let's see. Simon, I do want to put a name on it at least. I say 30 minutes, maybe it needs to be 45. I want to see if we can fill these guys out. So that guy ends and we're still not. No, you're playing as a child, so I think childhood wonderment. I think it would be cute to have yeah, it's horror, but it's not horror. It's a Poppy Playtime's horror. I mean, well, that was still pretty horror. It's still a little gruesome, but that wonderment feel to it. And like the red and blue pill in Matrix, yeah, like Matrix, yeah. I don't know too much about Matrix, but I remember, if you take the red pill or the blue pill, your world will stay the same. Or you can live in here forever, or no new real reality. That sort of thing. Yep. But go ahead, since we're clearly not gonna finish. I'll put on here 15 minutes, so next time we'll do it for 45. Gives us more time to figure this out and write this guy down. So setting, maybe top down, or FPS. If it's top down, it's 2D. If it was FPS, first person, there we go. Don't need the S. S is not needed. And is that a metaphor for facing the world that it is, or deciding to power through it? I believe that was We Happy Few. I think, possibly. Let's see. So top down, horror, minigame, possibly setting, yeah. So our target audience, I usually like to do general, but sometimes general's not good. You want to have a specific audience. A specific audience. I'm thinking we want to aim for the common one. I'd say the common one is your mid-20s, mid-20 adults, mid-20 adults. Well, yeah, mid-20 adults. I'd say for target audience, just put PD. You fall into that line. And I still get coming up with my own ideas on my own, but I am really good when someone gives me a concept. Then my mind, imagination just runs with it. Isn't this fun? I am having fun. And Lixian, and what do mid-20s adults like? That is a good question. I always think they're just, the hip and cool guys, whatever is currently popular, but welcome to stream. That's what new socks. No, that's your 40s, 50s maybe. The ones that give Christmas present gifts, the socks. Could be me. Let's see, mid-20s adults are just the general audience, gamers. Not really. This isn't supposed to be a very intense game, so you don't need to be filthy casual, not 50 or 27. Venus, you're showing your age. And your target audience Markiplier. He's not mid-20s. I think he's like 30-something. So maybe we'll just say adults. There you go. It's not a kid's game. And PD is 28. Yeah, you fit in the line now, PD. You're in the goal, so to speak. And did I miss anything? No. Okay, we're good. Lovely. Yeah. Target audience. I'm thinking adults. And I got new slippers today. Slippers? Yeah, slippers. Slippers are good. Slippers, yeah. The more I realize, the more time has passed, the practical gifts are the better. Now, I can't say socks is a gift. Hospital socks is a gift. Now we're talking. I can see that as a wonderful gift. Silly socks too. They're good. I turned 16 last week. Happy face. Okay, baby. Well, yeah, adults are mature. It's not supposed to be too mature. I'd say yeah. And I'm 0. I could only guess 0. Adults. It's not meant to be kid friendly, or at least, yeah. It's not. There's a whimsy feel to it. There's not blood and guts. So it's we'll say it's like child horror. safe for work horror, or, baby horror. There we go. Let's call it that, baby horror. Kids first horror, that sort of thing. Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier. Today we're playing Simon Says. And what's the timer for? Hi. Hakade? Is that how you say it? Welcome to the stream. The goal of today is just to get a lot of ideas going. Today is just about making ideas for games. A game, figment of our imagination. So at 45 minutes, we take a game theme and see if we can fill out this document to make an idea of a game. I'm not going to make the game, but it's more so if I were to make the game, what are some ideas? We're trying to get the think tank going and slosh our minds around to see if we can get them going. And have to go, good luck with not overheating that big brain with all the fire ideas. I also wish you fun tomorrow, for I'll be absent. No worries, Chuck. Thank you for coming. I hope you had a lovely time chatting and discussing. Adult baby horror. There's not gonna be any gore, things like that. No gore, blood, etc. And oh sweet, good luck. And whoa, your energy seems to have quite a lot. I've been told. But thank you indeed. Yeah, I'm making a game currently, but I need some ideas, so we're warming up by making some ideas of new ideas. Many ideas for my ideas. And zooms in a lot, I see. Yeah, no blood, horror, gut, etc. It will be not intensive. Pajama Sam game, the missing song game. Have not heard of that one. Never heard of it. Nope. Let's see. Not easy, but also not hardcore gamer levels. Hardcore, like Elden Ring. We'll just put that one down there. Or you know what? Dark Souls. That one's more popular. Dark Souls. There we are. Like Dark Souls. That's the audience I'm going for. Not intensive, try hard gamers. And what does that mean? I'm guessing this is if I had to guess. Let's see. Goal. Survive. Survive and get through the game. Survive and get through the game. And I miss playing Pajama Sam DVD on PC. I'm gonna have to look that up later. Interesting one. Yeah, I played things like Jumpstart and Club Penguin. Those are my old games. Survive and get through the game. Yeah, survive and get through the game. Listen to all of Simon's commands while staying hidden. Here we go. And zoom in. I see. I thought you meant this zoom in. Got ya. Now to Sam's Socks Worlds. I will copy that. There was a point and click game. Oh, it wasn't much of a point and click game. Truth be told, not too much. Let's see. All right, target audience, average player experience. Describe an average playthrough of your game. All right, shouldn't be too painful. Let's see if we can do it. Average player experience, right? We have the well, really, it's multiple things, right? We are average player experience, the player loop. We hide. 30 seconds to hide, 30 seconds to hide in the home. Let's go ahead and do this guy here. 30 seconds to hide in the home. At which point we have to change hiding spot. Maybe every few minutes due to Simon's commands. And we last until timer runs out. There, like something like that, I think. And oh, hold on, let me put my notes. Where are we at? Oh, it's also been double audioing. I didn't even realize that. Okay, hold on. We're all good to go. We're a-okay. Don't the scenery. Oh, I see it. We're good. Now, where were we? And I wish Google Docs had a dark theme. Oh yes, the best you can do is change the paper. That's it. Yeah, I'm getting blinded. And I'm designing this game, taking a spooky jump scare mansion. Yeah, spooky jump scare mansion. See that? That's what I'm thinking. It starts off light, ends up dark. I don't want to go to the too dark side, but I like the feel of it. Let's see. Survive and get through the game. Listen to all of Simon's commands while staying hidden. Have to change hiding spot. For some examples of hiding spots, I can say, and is there a way I can change these guys to do this? Nope, don't like you. I just want to change your you. Yeah, there we go. And maybe Simon is another player that is the tagger for the seeker. The thing is, that's multiplayer. Multiplayer is scary. Then again, that's also the thing of, because, yeah, and there's a browser expansion for Forced Dark Mode. I have seen it before. The thing is, I don't use, well, I've tried it. It just changes the look of colors, which is a little wonky, but I have tried it before. I have. I might have to look into another one. It's like a robot icon. Is that what is that the one you're talking about? It's like a little robot guy, an NPC player. What do you mean 0? I mean like the computer, like bot versus you. That's the player I'm talking about. Let's see. How to change hiding spot? Okay, I see. No worries. Thank you for the suggestion. If we do this again, I might have to look into this. I'm getting blinded as we speak. Let's see. Have to change hiding spot every few minutes. There we go. For example, the floor is lava. You can't. What's another Simon Says they could get? The floor is lava. Close your eyes. Something like that. So now you have to maybe listen around. Maybe you have to feel out. Yeah, how about that? Close your eyes so the screen goes black and you can feel yourself bumping into things or something like that. That could be interesting. Maybe it could be make a sound. Something like that. I have played Minecraft. There's this hide and seek mode. It was called, I think, Block Hunt, where you would hide. Like, it's like a Gary's mod, Prop Hunt. That's what I'm thinking of. Prop Hunt. And in the game, what you can do is, while you're hiding as an object and as the seeker's looking around, you can shoot off fireworks to give away your position for extra points. So maybe something like that. That make a sound is the points. Or you have to choose how to decide to make a sound or something like that. And Simon Computer Player Seeker. Oh, interesting. Player Seeker? Oh, do you mean for your idea, 0? Simon tags you, you're out, but you have to find out the other NPCs first. Huh. That could be like the camp idea, possibly. If you were like the camp counselor or something and you're trying to seek out all the camp kids, that could be a fun idea. Let's see. Floor is lava, close your eyes, make a sound. Then maybe, Simon Says, it's another one. Simon Says, you are a worm. You are a worm. In which case you have to crawl around instead. Something like that could be possible. But as I'm writing this, I'm also realizing it would possibly be hard to do these Simon Says ideas just off of these. But then again, because it's like a thing of, right, Simon Says wave or Simon Says jump. Oh, you know what? No, that could work. Jump, because then you have to stop jumping when Simon Says stop. Or Simon Says blink, and you'd have to continuously blink. So maybe it's a multitask sort of thing, and really hard to refer to hide and seek players as players when you're also talking about the video games. Yeah, you have the seeker and the hider. How about that? You play as the hider. The seeker is the computer. The computer does the thing. I feel like this could work though, because remember, your sibling is following along with you, so you would have to continuously press a button as you're walking around in order to continue what Simon's saying or Simon's doing and wanting you to do. I feel like that could work. Let's see. Minimum viable product. We would need the environment. We would need the minimum viable product. We would need the environment. We would need the player movement. We would need a sibling follower. We would need an computer seeker. What else would make the game? Computer seeker. I feel like that's it, right? We could add obstacles and things of that nature, and bananas. That does not get added. Not 1 bit 0. Yeah, environment, player movement, sibling follower, computer seeker. Now, the environment could mean a few things, but when I say environment, I mean blank, empty place. That could be the environment. The computer seeker has to have commands. So, I think also on here could be seeker commands. And that would also do it. There we go. Seeker commands. That would add to the feel. So target audience, MVP, genre, software. Now, this one here shouldn't be too difficult to explain. Usually I use Godot, so we'll stick to Godot. Godot, all programs, I'll leave this one software blank since I do those already. And what topic are we currently on? Had to tap out for a few minutes. No worries, Escobar. What we're currently doing is we are finishing up. You can see that timer up there. We are wrapping up the first round of idea generation. The theme for this game idea is, if I hide this guy, show this guy, I mean. It is the theme, if I go back over here, where we got real world game. That was the theme. And we landed on hide and seek, Simon Says. The idea is that your babysitter is Simon, you are the hider. And do you do timers because you talk so fast? And hi Psychedelic Kid, and welcome back to stream. No, I do timers because it adds stress. Not only stress, but it also gives you a goal. I feel like if I don't have the timer, then I take my time. As well, for game jams, things like that, usually you're on a timer. So I wanted to emulate that sort of feel. Also, because I stream for only 4 hours, gotta try to keep things on schedule and get to everything. And as I'm saying this, and this timer isn't specific, and what does need more stress? There is healthy stress, sometimes. But what if you can use them to get away? What do you mean, Zero? I don't get what you mean. Platform? I feel like it could be PC and console, possibly. PC, console. Really, it doesn't have to be specific. This platform guy is here just because, what's the word I'm looking for? My game is a rhythm typing game, so you can't really have typing on like a phone or on a console. It'd have to be on PC. That's why that platform guy is there. Now, inspirations. Let's see. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Let's see. Minecraft, Block Hunt. That's another one. Let's see. Gmod, really? Gmod. What else did we say? I can't recall. The timer's up, but we've got these guys here, and then we'll be good to go.
Codex is now following.
Thank you for the follow. Hold on. Is it Codex? I don't think you said how to pronounce it. That's my guess. And who's your daddy? Hold on. So we're all on the same page, and so that you don't think I'm making this up. There's this game that used to be very popular among streamers. It's now not quite as much. It's this very ridiculous buggy game, but it's so beautiful. You play as this little baby, and as you can see, very silly. The goal is you have the player, who is the parent, and you have the baby. There's two players, the baby and then the parent. And the baby is on a mission of death. The baby wishes to drink bleach. The parent's job is to stop them from doing that. Not only is the bleach, there's other things the baby can get into, such as a fork in the wall sort of thing, and there's a timer. You have to wait until mom gets home, so you're trying to stop the baby from you want the baby to live. And the baby says, I don't want to. It's a fun game. I can't recommend it. Oh boy, a very old one. And the flying couch was fun. Oh yeah. I think there was like tennis balls. As I said, very silly, very buggy. That's what makes it so fun. Let me add, Spooky's Mansion. That's a good one, Smash. Spooky's Mansion. Mansion. Yup, I like that one there. And let's see. Bananas. Not slippery peels. Is that what you mean? Now, hook. What's the hook here? Hide and seek while you describe your game in one sentence. Hide and seek horror while you task while you multitask buttons. Maybe while you multitask. How about that? Hide and seek horror while you multitask. Does that sum up the game in as good of a nutshell as we might get in our few hours? These can always be refined, but I just wanted to get a small idea. And time's up, so are you still going? The time's up is a suggestion. We just have to do the hook in the title and then we'll be done. I wasn't sure how long the idea was gonna take, about 45-ish minutes, so we're almost done. And sounds a little like Among Us, not gonna lie. At least the one sentence pitch. Hide and seek horror while you multitask. I mean, yeah, that is That does, yeah, that would describe. Gotta do your task, but it's also a solve the murder. And that one, it is it's not time runs out, it's survival. And sounds like Dead by Daylight. I've heard that game before, not too much about it. And let's see, I've only been here a couple of times, so forgot how it worked. No worries, this is new. I've never done this before, so that's why we are doing this as it goes. But no worries whatsoever. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm trying, and I'm having fun, so as long as fun, we can worry about the rules later. And I had to read that. Good, okay. So as far as hook goes, our hook is what makes our game stand out. It is, keyword is fun, yeah. 100% fun comes first here. Now, hook, I like to see hook as, if you were to show this to someone, why is your game interesting? What draws in the player? I would say it would be, if I was trying to show you this game and say, hey, look at my cool game, and you're like, oh, cool. What would make you go, oh, cool? I think the hook could be the fact that, I'm about to read the fact that it is the multitask, right? The idea of Simon Says, while you're hiding from Simon. Simon says while you play hide and seek with Simon. How about that? Does that one feel a little bit better in terms of what it describes? Simon says, will you play? And I'm about to try Pixel to see if I can do it. I'm very afraid. I don't know why Pixel intimidates you so much. I think I remember you saying that before, Psychedelic. I would say just start small. Don't take on a lot. I think that's something I did back on early when, but I can quickly show you. If we go here, the first things I did with pixel art, you can see if I click this guy, it'll show up. I did rocks. I drew rocks, and once I finished drawing rocks, I did a little bit of isometrics, and then from there I drew some clouds, and I drew some more clouds, and I started small, doing small things, because eventually you get better. Eventually, but it's about small, because I wouldn't have been able to do the isometric guy and do this guy if I didn't do the rocks and stuff. Yeah, rocks was the first guy I did, and I moved up from there. Let me go back into here, where we at? Oh, this is yeah, that one. Okay, so hook. How much can you multitask? And that room's awesome. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I am still surprised I made it. I'll be honest. I look at that and I think to myself, I did that. I'm very proud of the waterfall too. The waterfall's another one of my favorites. It's fun to do the little animations. Thank you. It takes time, I can't say that. But again, you want to get to that stuff. Rocks, clouds, isometrics. It takes time. You can see it said 2023. It's now 2025. So I've been at this for a second or two. Let's see here. All we're missing is title. And for title, I'm thinking, Simon says hide. How about that? Simon says hide. And I want to do Gothic style for your idea. Ooh, my game is going to be very gothy, necromancy. Well, I get that feels. Haven't got it quite too much, but yeah, Gothic is very neat. But I'm thinking this, the game is Simon Says Hide. And it's a game where Simon says, while you play Seek with Simon. And the hook, how much can you multitask? I think that works. I think I'm satisfied with this idea. Now, idea ability to execute, I feel like possibly if it's small enough it could be, because again it's in a small environment, in a house. The house doesn't have to have many rooms, you can add more rooms, you just need one single room for your first one. I think, yeah, Simon Says Hide will work for now. The quick ideas. Next guy we have up is, if I go here and let me do here, Simon Says Hide GDD. There we go. And I'll save that guy. And oh, never mind. Hold on. That's the original copy. This is what we need. And then we need a new guy. Oh, make a copy. There we go. Make a copy. Lovely. Okay. And then from here, our Drawio will go ahead and do the new guy. So I'll go ahead and copy this guy here. We'll go ahead and, oh, there we are. I thought it wasn't going to paste for a second. Okay, so the next theme that we had up was Rivalry. That was the next theme. So I'll zoom out a little bit. We'll go ahead and bring up concepts, and we'll do the same thing we did. Hold on. The ads are about to start adding, so I'll let them do their thing while I set this up. Let's see, let me go ahead and grab real world, Rivalry. I do like Rivalry, and I did read that, lovely. Okay, let me grab this guy, make sure you are open, and Rivalry. Rivalry, I believe. And do you use real pics for reference? I do indeed, yep. I can say, getting started while we're waiting for the ads to finish. If you look here for my getting started with pixel art, I made this guy here. So this drawing here, it's fan art of Poppy's Playtime. And to get that fan art, and Pixel Rock, yeah, I did indeed. To get this final artwork, what I did is I got a compilation of what the animal looks like. I also got some images of actual dogs so I could get the seated position. You can kind of see the dog back there. I also got some inspiration from pixel art dogs or just fluffy creatures. So it's like making sure you get all of those guys down there. Yeah, this was fun. I liked the colors. It was a thing of, all right, I need a seated position of a dog sitting and I want the head tilted. I have to find images for those. And it worked out, I can't say that. Where are we at? Copy of GDD. Yep. Simon says hide. That works out wonderfully. And then this guy is here for our drawio. And I like the colors too. Thank you. This guy was just so silly and derpy that I had to draw him. I don't think I've done fan art in the second, but so silly. It was adorable. No thoughts. I don't know if you can tell, but I am a enjoyer of zero thoughts. Head empty. Derpy, yeah. just a little bit. Let's see, that's the coffee. Ads almost done, so let me get some coffee. My head is always empty, which is why I need references. I've been told you should Rivalry. Rivalry. Did I not type it right? Hold on. How does Bobby respond to coffee? We don't give him coffee. He stays away there. There we go. Does he turn into a super genius? I mean, you know what? Maybe. I've always liked to imagine Bobby's mind. It runs so fast that it doesn't run at all. It's so fast that it looks frozen in time, like a hummingbird's wings. That is Bobby. So can you imagine him on coffee? It would not be a good idea. It would not be a good idea. Oh boy, let's see. It is always empty, which is why I needed references. I always like references. So what I like to do is I like to see what my mind can come up with, and then I do references. And hello everybody, my name is Markiplier. Today we are playing Simon Says Hi. It is where we are going to hide. Easy peasy to understand. Sometimes those are the best game titles. We could do a whole discussion on just game titles. That is a thing itself, which is why I said, for now, just ideas, just stretching our arms and saying, all right, I want to make a game. Let's see, if I were to make a game, how would I get started? This is the step one, imagination. Be as crazy as you want to be, and then you crush your dreams and you make them realistic. Step one, happiness. Step two, despair. So let's see, Rivalry. I'll go ahead and go put this guy here for our timer. Oh, hold on, wrong timer. And thinking my prop is always afraid of failing, so try to move past it and trust the process. Yeah, trust the process is something I can certainly say. Hold on, where are we at? There should be a GIF of it, but I just want to see if I can show you really fast, really quickly. And let me see if I can pull it up really quickly before we get back into things. INSTAGREO. I had this guy on here. I want to see if it will show up if I go to where are we at? This guy really quickly. Scroll down. Scroll down. Yep, scroll down. Yep, scroll down. How far is it? Hold on. Scroll up, but oh, there we are. I found it. Okay. And let me move this here. Okay. Trust the process is very important. This is currently my profile picture, but the work in progress is this. So, you know, it was important that when I was here, I thought to myself, should I keep going? Is this going to turn out all right? A few hours later, I ended up with that. So trusting the process, very important. Hence the emote. And what is my link? You can go psychedelic to erisezra.com. It should bring you to this website here. Let me go and open up this guy here. This guy here, erisezra.com, and then from there, you can see these guys, so you can click them here, or you can click them here, and they should bring you to any link of, what's the word I'm looking for? Any link I have. So if you want the Instagram, that's on here. You want the YouTube, the Twitch, the Discord, the Patreon, the Itch, and so on and so forth. That's all there. If you want to click those guys. Okay, so where were we? Let me go ahead and hide. Oh, no, we don't need to hide. We need to click you. And then we have 45 seconds, and thank you for asking. I hope you find it helpful. So let's see. Go ahead and hide you. Show you. Oh, that's 15 minutes. Yep. 45 minutes is what we need. 45 minutes. Full scripts. 45. 45. There we go. Okay. And then show 35. I think that's better than 30. And trust the process. Yep, 100% smash. I learned my lesson on that day. Alrighty, so Rivalry. I think it could be fun, right? Multiplayer. That's what comes to mind. However, multiplayer I've heard is notoriously difficult. I'm not sure about multiplayer. I'm trying to keep it in scope of what I think could be possible. And you know what? We did this last time. I'm just gonna, you don't even get to be a box. You're just that. Multiplayer, I like to think, or when I hear Rivalry, what comes to mind are knights. Knights and jousting. I feel like that could be fun. And multiplayer is scary. Oh yeah. You know, we will deal with multiplayer when it comes to multiplayer. Multiplayer, I feel like, is its own genre. We're going about servers and ports and stuff and yuck. Knights and Jousting. And I hope the multiplayer is really hard. Yeah, so I've heard. Then again, it's not always good to listen to rumors. However, we have the privilege of internet and being able to communicate with people who know a lot more than us. And if the people who have done this stuff before say it is hard, I'm inclined to believe it is just a smidge on the difficult side. if I had to guess, but sometimes people pick it up a lot faster than what you would think. Let's see, multiplayer, knights, jousting. Maybe. What comes to mind? I think of Yonder, a simulator, and all the rivals you have to do. So I'll put up here, dating sim. But that's what comes to mind. And for the idea stage, all ideas are great ideas. You know, just put them out there. Gotta get them out there. We're throwing things at the wall and seeing what stick. And competition, yeah. Competition how though? Competition like in a game or, well, gotta be a little bit more specific since competition could be considered rivalry. What's another one? Maybe, I just thought of hold on, let me blow my nose. Oh boy. So, fun fact for you, animal fun fact of the day. Little sharklings are called pups, and sharks only have one spawn when they're born. And the thing is, why they only have one baby shark when they're born is because in the womb, the baby shark eats all the competition. It eats all its fellow siblings. It partakes in cannibalism. It comes out with a kill count before it's even born. Can you imagine, like a game where, oh, you know what? I think of competition, Danganronpa, something like that, like a murder mystery or something like that. Hunger Games. There we are, Hunger Games. Hunger Games. It is gruesome in the animal world. Hi, Toolshed. Welcome. Oh boy, it's interesting stuff. Really. And Pokemon rivals? We could do maybe battle rivals, possibly. Like maybe a battle. It could also do with jousting, right? So maybe jousting, maybe like a duel, possibly. We can do that. I feel like Pokemon are just duels you could do. Let's see. D-U-E-L. A duel. And maybe some classics like cat and mouse. I like that. Slapsticky. That could be fun. When it's a battle of the death, I am sure. Oh boy, the animal world is scary. I can't say that much. You know what? I think horror games are scary. Real animals. Animals are. And duel makes me think of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel. Yeah, duels, battling. I can see it. And definitely not psychopath ideas. You know, murder mystery. I don't want to do horror again, just because we already did that. Just the ideas. Like, grab that guy there. Let's see, what else is there? Someone said Tom and Jerry. I like that idea. Tom and Jerry. That's also why I thought of the animal thing, cat and mouse. Tom and Jerry. Jerry. Cat versus mouse. There we are. There we go. Cat versus mouse. Okay. And then let's see. You've done horror? That was the last one we did. We did Simon Says Hide. It's supposed to be a horror game. So no, I want to try to do a different genre. And rock, paper, scissors. I want to be the very best. Rock, paper, scissors. I can put rock, paper, scissors on there. Rock, paper. I have it on here. Hold on. There we go. Yoink it there. And yours is a bloodbath with sharks. I'd rather cat and mouse. Oh boy, night and day. Oh, let's see. Rock, paper, scissors, multiplayer, night jousting, duel, Tom and Jerry, cat versus mouse. You know what comes to mind? QWOP. Do any of you remember QWOP? QWOP. It was a very popular Flash game many moons ago. And the idea is that the gimmick is the controls are terrible and you have to get from point A to point B. It's a race. And you have to spam the buttons on the keyboard to control the character using QWOP. And it was very difficult. I'd suggest giving it a try. Hold on, let me see. QWOP. It's an interesting one. I can't say that for certain. Oh, let's see. Yeah, there we go. Copy. Paste here. It's this guy. Well, give it a second. It used to be very popular to see how fast. Your QW, you gotta see if you can inch your way forward. Very silly game. Now let's see. Rivalry. That's why I'm thinking racing, knights, duel. I like the idea. Anything else I can think of off the bat before we go in a direction? Rivalry. I quite like the idea of this and this. I think that could be silly. Let's see, anything else? Maybe multiplayer, we can add that in there? Aside from that, I think we're good. And out of all the popular games you would think of, a game like that, QWOP is a core memory. And like a dating sim, I like dating sim most so far. It's kind of atypical, but if you think about it, it fits. You have to get rid of your competition. Yeah, that would be, what is it? A Yandere Simulator in a nutshell, where every week there's a new rival you have to get rid of. That's where that murder mystery comes into play. And that game was frustrating, yeah. I could never complete it, but I remember it because it was frustrating. And hi, by the way, Kiyo. Is that how you say it? Welcome. Hello, Kiyo. Tell me how close I got. And there's Simon says, skip Bo, Uno, and you come up with one I've never heard of. Uno, ooh. Uno is rivalry incarnate. That is one that ends relationships, if I've ever heard of. And how about you put everyone in a pool and throw a shark in there? I'll have you know, sharks get a lot of hate. Sharks are water puppies. They're adorable. The real enemies here are your dolphins. Dolphins, don't trust them. Sharks, adorable. Truly. And game title, rock, paper, scissors. Who shot? How dramatic. Let's go here into this guy here. And that way I can pull up this guy. So we can get some more ideas now that we night jousting, co-op, duel, possibly multiplayer, probably not multiplayer, but an idea. And I'm trying to learn piano. I can do this. I have more motivation than ears to make Hold down now, Rudy. Those are fighting words. Thumbs fighting words. I have tons of motivation. And let's see, did I miss anything? I think we're good. Lovely, lovely. Okay. And murders water puppies, but still puppies? Yeah! The thing is, deaths by sharks aren't too many. Truth be told, they're more afraid of you than you are of them. As long as you don't run away, you'll probably be fine as long as you don't flail. I've seen one lady just put her hand on the shark's nose and push it, and it was gone. And the cute but horror idea, we've done horror already, the cute but horror. That's what our Simon Says one was, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels. I don't know much about them, unfortunately. And if you go back to the Dino era, they get even scarier. Oh yeah, we don't talk about the Dino era. Everything was out to get you. And I have more motivation on the panel than you. Rudy, we're not rivals. As stated before, everyone can learn stuff at their own time, and I just happen to be very busy. But I'm learning. That's what matters. Even if I learn a little bit every day, it might not be 3 hours of practice or 3 hours of work every day, but even if I spend like 5 minutes a day, progress is progress, and that's what I can be glad about. And there's a surfer that had their whole, like I said, not a lot, and it also involves flailing. You know, I didn't say all of them were good. I just said they get a lot of hate. That's all I'm saying. I'm not denying the murders. Oh boy. And she's busy thinking of water puppies, yeah. Adorable. And vending machines have more kills than sharks. They should make a vending machine movie like Jaws. See? I do remember that one. I'm not sure if it's fact though, but 34 minutes. Okay. Focus time. Let's see. For this one, I like the idea, again, of maybe it could be another player, or it could just be you. And what if, and Rudy will learn,
Nappa 9693 is now following.
Nappa 9693, thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Thank you to Tangential Tangents about sharks. Welcome. I'm thinking you've got you're about to see how great of an artist I am. Yeah. Hold on. There. Art. Oh boy. And then I'll make you a different color just so you're not the same. And those are some big numbers. They are indeed. And hi, the one. Welcome to stream. Can someone explain what has been done until now? Sure. Let me copy this guy. Hold on. And paste and flip you and put you there. Right now, we're spending 45 minutes brainstorming game ideas. So the idea is that every 45 minutes, we change the theme. Right now, the theme is rivalries. So the hope is that, if I go ahead and hide this guy here, I have a game design document. This helps us create game ideas. You can see this guy here. So hope is that we can fill this guy out within the time that we have up there. The theme idea for the game is rivalries. So can we, if we were to create a game, a simple game, not too big, not big like an RPG, but if we had to create a game in a few months, what ideas can we come up with that seem manageable? How would we describe them? Can we make them appealing? What we did already was one for Simon Says and Hide and Seek, a combination of them, where the idea is that Simon Says, well, you play Hide and Seek with Simon. It's Dating Sim already done. Dating Sim has been done with rivalries. And bye-bye, I'm going back to playing piano. Bye-bye, Rudy. And we went for an hour and I'm thinking of freedom and tea language. How silly. It's a spider stick with a gun. Hold on. No. Hold on. Hold your horses. Where's the spider at? I see no spider. Let me go ahead and scroll down here. So night jousting, I'm thinking the gimmick here is terrible controls. Terrible controls. Let me do this here. Terrible. RRIVLECONTROOLS. Terrible controls. And how about this for the story, right? Hold on. I gotta type this out. Nope, I'm out. Rudy does tend to do that. And Spider on a swing set? Oh, yeah. Spiders are another creature that get a lot of hate. Oh boy, let's see. So for this guy, the new guy, I'm thinking the setting, medieval. Med. What if you add too many controls? Ooh, that's a nice idea. You get it? That's a nice idea. Too many controls. I like that idea. In Quack, there's only 4 controls, but the controlling is very bad. And make it frustrating as possible. Yeah! Up the frustration. In fact, how about this? Hold on. Medieval. Medieval. And I'm arachnophobic, so I'm gonna be screaming. Not all spiders are scary looking, but I understand your pain. Spiders are healthy for the environment, but no, thank you. Medieval in a kingdom. And here we are. You are a legendary, Legendar, legendary jouster. You are a legendary jouster, and the king has put a bounty out for a quest. Put a bounty out for a quest, or no, and the king has assigned you a quest. In this quest of a fantasy, and Octodad, yeah, Octodad, that's a good one. Hold on, inspirations. Whop Octodad. QWOP. Whop Octodad. That's a good one. Whop Octodad. Yeah, silly controls, very hard. Oh boy, where are we at? Right, medieval in a kingdom. You are a legendary jouster, and the king has assigned you a quest. What is this quest, you may ask? He wants you to take his royal steed. He wants you to win a jousting competition with his royal steed. There we are. A donkey. How about that? Oh, how about that? Which is why the controls are so hard, because it's a stubborn donkey. Huh? And which he wants you for dinner. Medieval with no rhyming typing. Oh, typing. Ooh, I do love a typing game. Medieval Witch. Medieval's a good one. Medieval is a fun setting. I do like that. And Surgeon Simulator? Yeah, Surgeon Simulator. And I Am Bread. Those are great ideas. Yeah. Oh, Surgeon Simulator. S-U-R-T. Surgeon Simulator. I can spell SIMULATOR, and I am bread. Okay, King Shrek, we see you there. Oh boy, I am break. What? That's not even close to I am bread. I am bread. There we are. And what if you have amnesia and every 5 minutes the controls switch? You don't have to have amnesia. You are dealing with a spoiled, rotten royal donkey. You're fighting against the donkey, really. You know, the rivals you have to go up in this competition, you don't even have to worry, your donkey is the thing. And hi, oh, Anicia? Was that how you said it? Welcome back to stream. Hello. Yeah, how about that? Medieval in the kingdom. You're a legendary jouster, and the king has assigned you a quest. He wants you to win a jousting competition with his royal steed, a donkey. He's not going to make this easy. It's not going to make this easy. And you know what? Let's name her something prim and proper. So she's not going to make this easy. Not going to make this easy. There you go. Maybe she's also your rival. Ancia? Is that it? And now I'm thinking of Shrek. Oh no. And I'm back. Sorry, I had to deal with something. No worries, Sam Waffles. Welcome back to stream. I hope something wasn't too terrible. I like the idea though. Control shifting every so often. So that's where are we at? This would be our setting. I like it a lot. Now, target audience. this is going to be a game closer. I try, but I'm terrible. I'm glad I got close, the very least. Let's see, target audience-wise, this is not for the weak. Not for the weak. This game will test your patience. This game will test your... How do you spell patience? Yes? Patience? I think I actually spelled it. Hold on. Patience? Is that it? Oh, I spelled it. First try. Yeah. Wonderful. Okay. This game will test your patience. You will rage. Beware. Hold on. Beware. Speedrunners welcome. There we go. I think that sums up the game. I don't like my patience tested. Yeah. That's the game in a nutshell. And another one that comes up to mind is like I am bread. Another one is getting over it. Getting over it. Over it. And if I had an idea for a game like this, but this to make it less frustrating, every death you get the chance to power up. Octodad roguelike. Ew, that doesn't sound too bad. You know, it reminds me of Hades. In Hades, it's a roguelike, but every time you die, you go back to base and you get upgrades to do another run. So it's rewarding to die since you get given story. That's what it kind of sounds like. That way, it's not too frustrating to do the roguelike. But controls, ooh, yahoo. Let's see, 24 minutes, I believe we can do it. So, minimum viable product. What would the prototype look like? For this game, and what if you make the game hard to play, but you master controls is relatively easy? Yeah. That's what I can say about something like Getting Over It. It's a game where if you master the controls, there is a skill, there's a mastery. That's why I said it is not for the weak. Because there's a big skill curve. Once you master it, you master it. There is a method to the madness. You just have to find out how to do it. And I have an idea for a game, but whether or not I can get it in the game is another story. Yeah. That's why I wanted to do this stream. Figure out some ideas, have some fun making ideas, and try to see if we were to actually, where do we go with these ideas? Not just ideas, but if we were to make the game, how would we go about it? That's what this MVP is supposed to stand for. This idea is great and all, right? Jousting, Octodad, I am bread, but how would you do it? What steps do you have to take? That's the hope to get there. So let's see. And I did read that. Lovely. Okay. So minimum viable product, we would need to have great controls or terrible controls. So the control of the donkey. We need to have the control of the donkey, and we would need to have an enemy or a rival jouster. That's it. I think that's it. You need to have good controls, and you need to have an enemy to face against. Everything else, like the levels, the story, all of that comes later. Minimum viable product, need to figure out the controls, need to have an enemy to fight against. And question, can you make a pixel character have a cane with a limp and stab people that'll That is an interesting one. I can say that. I have done a person with a cane, if that makes a difference at all. I did a pumpkin prince. I mean, I have in D&D at least, there was this item that was a cane and it was a sword too. So I've seen that before, but interesting one. And yeah, I feel like if possible, possibly, especially if they're hiding their strength. Usually, if runs build off each other, it's a roguelike. Roguelikes have the benefit of randomly generated worlds to make things interesting. Yeah, roguelikes are lovely. I sometimes like them, sometimes don't. But I like Hades. I like Hades for the story. Very story-driven. Let's see. Rivalry Jouster. Rival Jouster. There we go. In fact, actually, I think we would need the Enemy Jouster. Enemy Jouster. E-N-E-N. Enemy Jouster. E-N-E-M-Y Jouster. And, in fact, the donkey is your rival. Not the jousters, the donkey. Let me double check your, let's see, rival definition. F-I-N-I-T-O-N. Definition. Person or competition with another for the same objective. Yeah. You want to prove that you can be a great trainer. The donkey wants to prove that also, you want to impress the king, the donkey wants to impress the king. The donkey's just gonna do it differently. And does the person with the cane look okay, but I want a king with a knife? I feel like it could work under certain circumstances. Yeah, especially, yeah, 100%. Let's see. I did read that. Lovely. Okay. Make the donkey kick things. Yeah. Donkey chaos. So you don't have control of the donkey. You're trying to get control of the donkey. You are fighting. That's the rivalry. So let's see. Average player experience? To fight the donkey. That feels like it. Okay. Fight the donkey. What do I mean by this? I mean, and let me do this here. Fight the donkey. Player uses their controls. There we go. Player uses difficult, difficult controls. Player uses difficult controls to try. Player uses difficult controls to move the donkey. And then player tries to get enemy jouster off their horse. E-N-E-M-Y. Enemy jouster off of their horse. And would it be possible to have a very general summary of what we're doing, if not too bothered? No worries whatsoever. Author H-O-R-S-E. There we are. And even if I love reading Fight the Donkey. So today's stream is all about idea generation. What goes into a game? How do you make games? How do you get started with games? That's what we went over earlier. Let me zoom out a little bit. That's what was talked about. And since I want to get better at making games for things like game jams, things of that nature, I want to try to come up with game ideas. So the idea is that every 45 minutes, we brainstorm a new idea based on a theme. The first theme was real world game. And from that idea, we came up with a horror game based around Simon Says. So we fill out that form sheet with the theme. So we try to create a game around that idea. And the hope is that to create a realistic game that you think you could make in about a few months. The idea today is just making ideas and not worrying too much about the technical stuff, but at the same time trying to be realistic, because a game like Undertale or Dark Souls, you probably couldn't create in a few months. So what do you think could be small but still manageable? That's the hope to do. So this one is Rivalry. And the idea I'm thinking of is a jousting game, a knight game where you play as a knight. And let me hide this guy here just to show ya. And here. So it takes place in a medieval setting. You're a legendary jouster and the king has assigned you a quest. He wants you to win a jousting competition with his royal steed. That royal steed is a donkey, and she's not going to make it easy. So the idea is that you have to use, it's a hard game of using controls to try to fight the donkey. That's where the fight the donkey comes from. Because you're riding the donkey doesn't want you to ride it. So the controls are going to be very difficult, hard to use, and you have to win a jousting competition while struggling with controls. That's the idea behind the game, the idea I'm thinking of, the idea that I've created in this short span of time. And I think the best way to add the donkey sabotage is would be the donkey reacting to your movements to try to sabotage you. Yeah, if any of you have ever played Minecraft, when you don't have the animal on the saddle, it moves around on its own. And I see, thank you very much. I've done something similar before. I'm glad that this is what people usually do for game jams. I'm just taking that game jam, removing the game. Just ideas, only ideas, but thank you. And yeah, I think Donkey's gonna do a lot of things. And I'm not a Minecraft fan, so not seen that. No worries. That's the idea I could think of, the one that just came to mind. If I think of other ones, and just jamming, exactly. And hi, Mayo Patat. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. Let's see, players try to get enemy jouster off their horse. That's about it, the average experience. You fight the donkey, you try to use your controls to get off the enemy. Let's see, what's the end point of your game? The goal is to get jouster, J-U-U-S, get enemy jouster, E-N-E-M-Y, jouster, J-O-U-S-T, jouster off of their steed. There we are. And how you doing, Stinky? Muck! Stinky! How dare you! I smell like lavender. But welcome back. And hi system 32 delete 124. Interesting. Snake, but every time you eat a fruit, you have to play a different game mode. That is a way to generate ideas. Blink, but blink. Maybe we can try that one for next time. Let's see. 334, so we probably have enough time for one more of these. And I did read that. Good. Okay. So where were we? Get enemy jouster off their steed. It could also be during a time limit, possible time limit, but doesn't have to be time limit. Now, target audience, not for the weak, because again, we're comparing this game to ones like QWOP or Octodad, Surgeon Simulator, I Am Bread, Getting Over It. These are games where the controls are hard. It feels hard to do a simple task is the feel we're going for. The platform, I don't think the platform could be on any, truly. Well, say any, I feel like the easiest would be PC or console because of all the buttons and the controls. I feel like console will probably be. And with different difficulty levels, yeah, I think as the game goes on, as you get more and closer to your goal, the donkey starts doing more things that are random. As someone mentioned earlier, I believe it was the one of them kicking stuff and things like that, or maybe kicking you off or something like that. You'd have to play a rodeo minigame or something of the sorts. That could be fun. Let's see. Average player experience, and hi, Nubs the Blue. Welcome back to stream. Welcome. I hope you've been well. Hope you've been well and dandy and nice and fun. All the things. Let's see. The minimum viable product. Yep. Goal, target setting, genre. Okay. So, possibly, let me just look this up. What genre is Getting Over It? I would think like a platformer. Yeah, Rage. We're gonna say Rage. Let's see, any of these guys we can look at. Let's see, action, adventure, sports, simulator, maybe a simulator. Fighting, real-time strategy, racing, casual, stealth. Yeah, okay. Let's do Rage, because it's supposed to be difficult. So Rage. It is going to be a, maybe possibly racing, you could consider it since you're trying to compete. Possibly, I don't know about the racing one, but again, these are just ideas. We're throwing them out there. They don't have to be accurate, they just have to be there. So maybe Rage, racing, and, is there really anything else we need? It's Rage and racing. That's about it. Just use your controls, fight the donkey, beat the other person. I feel like that sums it up in a nutshell. Software. Sometimes it's worth it, but the ones I use, we'll just leave this empty. Let's see, we're making good time this time around. It's not too, I feel like this will be easier to implement than the Simon Says. Right? Simon Says has a whole, well, this has a computer you have to fight, right? But this guy here, I feel like it might be a little bit simpler, possibly. Maybe. And this seems interesting. Thank you, Nuts the Blue. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I'm having fun. It's always a thing. Wow, I feel like that could be a fun game. But you know what? I'll save these for later, tuck them to the side. Maybe we'll come back to them another day. Let's see. What is your hook? Hook. And pitch. Alrighty. What draws you to the game? Pitch. Hook. You look at the game, what's interesting about it? Look, it's supposed to be a silly game. I arrive. Hi, Lusk, welcome back to the stream. Look, just to fill you in, Lusk, currently the theme is a rivalries, and the idea is that you're in a medieval kingdom, you are a legendary jouster, the king has assigned you to a quest. The quest is, you must win a jousting competition with his steed. His steed is a donkey. She's not gonna make it easy. And I'm too late? Not at all, Lusk. We're gonna probably do one more after this, and fight the donkey is enough to hook me. I like the way you think. I like it. Fight the donkey. That works out quite well. Now for pitch, I like to consider one word, one sentence. But again, I am compelled to believe. I'm sold. Easy peasy. Pitch, fight the donkey. But if we had to give a different answer aside from fight the donkey, what else could it be? And thank you, Lusk.
Lusk Fetch 4 Dow just subscribed.
Thank you for the
I've been here this whole time.
Oh, I'm surprised. I thought you came back from the shadow realm. And hi, hypnotic games maybe. Welcome to the stream. And perfect. Thank you. I do like sometimes the simplest, silliest ones are the best. But fight the donkey sounds like fun. Let me get some more coffee. Maybe to pitch it, talking about the controls, we can see. So, pitch, fight the donkey. Maybe, you know, if we weren't, and I've been at 4 months, I thought you had to, it's subscription for once a month. But there's streaks. That's the streak thing, right? Good day. Oh, hold on. I tell you, I'm not good at remembering names. That's not. Oh! G'day to you. Welcome. That went way over my head. Hi. Oh boy. Let's see. Wow. It clicked. Let's see. Pitch. I like to think of pitch as a sentence. For pitch at least. Let's see. Pitch could be, the enemy is not, you're a jouster. You're a jouster. You're J-O-U-S. You're a jouster. But you're a jouster, and your enemy is your steed. How about that? What do you think? You're a jouster, and your enemy is your steed. I mean, you could say rivals, but I feel like enemy feels better. You're supposed to, you've got to work together at some point to defeat the common enemy. It's the trope, right? Where rivals have to work together to defeat the common guy. So you're a jouster, and your enemy is your steed. I'm liking that feel. Hook, fight the donkey. That's a good one. Let's see. So title. Any ideas? Let me blow my nose. Give me 1 second. Thank you, Alaska. And fight the donkey. You know, that's not a bad title. I'll just put that on the idea board. Fight the donkey. E-O-N, fight the donkey. Oh, let's see. What's another one? Title. And the donkey. I have seen some games where the exclamation point is in the title, the donkey. Maybe your royal steed. The title could be the strongest jouster versus the donkey. That is very long. Not quite catchy, but I'll put it down. The strongest jouster. L-U-S jouster versus the donkey. There we are. Unfriendly steed. Not too bad. As in, oh you. There is a game like that. There's a game called Oh Sir. Let me see if I can pull it up really quickly. It is an insult game where you play against either a person or a PC. Oh sir. It's an exclamation point. Yeah. An insult game. It is an interesting look to it, but oh sir. Oh, it's a donkey. Didn't need to Google that. I meant to copy you and paste you into here. Oh, it doesn't want to. Copy. Hold on. Paste. There we go. Oh sir. The insult simulator. That's a name for a game. Maybe the old donkey or something like that. Steed back. Let's see. ... I quite like the ... Not too bad. Steed back. Jouster, strongest jouster versus the donkey, or the donkey, fight the donkey. Maybe. The Justin is a mighty steed. Not really, but I'm just going to put that out there just so I can have that. Because all ideas should be written down, even if they're not good. It gets it out of your mind. The J-O-U-S, the Jouster, versus Jouster and his mighty steed. Yeah. What else? The Jouster and his mighty steed. Maybe what we can do. The jester and his mighty steed, the strongest jester, the donkey. Hear ye, hear ye. Yeah, you know what? Gotta put that down. Hear ye, hear ye. It doesn't say anything about the game, but mule melee. That's a good one. Mule melee. Sounds like you're gonna get in a fist fight. Might as well. So far, mule melee is pretty good. Has nothing to do with jousting, it's just silly. Let me get some coffee. Let's see what's there. This donkey is good, to be fair. Interesting. Donkey. I am torn between mule melee and donkey. So why not settle this with a thingamajigger? You know, that would be a great title, but I can't bring myself to type it. But I think I think that wins. I do, truly. That's a good one. So let's just on the pretense, don't be a donkey. It doesn't hit the same, but I do like it. I like the other one. Yeah, don't be a donkey. Just say it's, you know what? It's an inside joke here. Don't be a donkey. We'll go with that one. I can't. I've tried. One day, I assure you. Don't be a donkey. We all know what it means. GDD. GDD. Yep, I think that's it, right? GDD, yeah. We have Simon says hide and don't be a donkey. Let's see if we can get one more in. Well, actually, it's 3:46. So, I think we can, well, actually, yeah, I think we can squeeze one more idea in before we try to look at some ideas for my game. Is this everything we're seeing here? Lovely, yeah. Last until the timer runs out. Lovely, okay. Well, here's the last thing here. Don't be a donkey. Go ahead and file and go ahead and make a copy. Yup. Okay, so I'm gonna need a number between 1 to 10. Anyone can provide a number. And an integer, not a float, alright? Oh, 8. 8 it is. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's that one? That's a 6. 7, 8. Artificial intelligence. That one's too overused though. Another number. I make the rules here. But if not a number is entered, I'm thinking 4. I quite enjoy a 4. Or a new random next 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. An E. E is not a number. 7. Sci-fi. Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tiger, what are these themes? That's bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're coming for us. I like it. Let's do this one. This works perfectly. Run. Let's go into this guy here. Now, I don't want to do horror. So, we're not going to do horror, and that's the only one that made sense yet. Sometimes, you know what, these generators not too good. That's why it's called creative liberty, and I can't take it seriously with the E is a number. A, B, C, D, E. Would E be 5, Smash? Is that what you mean? Let's get horror. We've done horror, though. I want to try my best to think of random genres or different ones. I'm not too good at horror in general. I don't play too many horrors. That Are Coming For Us is such a good one. Let me go ahead and do on here. Copy you. And go ahead and hide you. I love horror. I'm terrified. And this reminds me of Pepsi Man. For some reason, when I think they're coming for us, I'm not thinking of Pepsi Man. They're coming for us. You know, and Pepsi Man does not come to mind. It does not. You know what does though? Kool-Aid Man. Can you imagine a game where you are running from Kool-Aid Man as he's chasing after you. But he doesn't go through the doors. He goes through the walls, shouting, "Oh yeah!" as he runs you down. How horrifying that would be. Get in the UFO, aliens. That's not too bad. I'll do that. I'll write that down there. Aliens. Oh, hold on. Let me hide this timer here. Redo it. There we go. Aliens. And run from the tax collector. Well, that's a good one. Let's see. ALIENS. MC man. And that honor, I'll do Kool-Aid man. Copy. And what else comes after us unless it's the evil donkeys? Donkey aliens. Oh, far out. What a wild accusation. And a gang of bikers running from the police. Ooh, police. How about instead, you're a criminal. You're a criminal on the run. How about that? The run. How about that? Donkey bikers! Donkey criminal bikers who happen to be aliens. Oh boy, let's see. Yeah, we don't want to do Kool-Aid man. I'm trying to do that again. So let's see. Oh, hold on. The ads are also gonna run in a second, so let's have them run now since we're about to refresh the thing. Yeah, okay. We'll do the ads and celebrities being chased by fans. Ooh, and hi, Pixel Panda. I don't think I said hi. I don't think you were here earlier. But welcome. Let me do that. Yeah, celebrity. Running, that's totally how you spell celebrity from fans. There we go. And let me do, hold on. Oh, if it'll let me, this guy here, celebrity running from fans. There we go, okay. All right, we will, and the secret agents because you know too much. Hold on, I'll just do this here. Secret agents. Secret agents are after you. After you. You know too much. Like that. I joined at the start of stream, but left to do some work. Ah, okay, so I did remember. I'm trying. But welcome back, I see. And yep, ads indeedy. We're waiting on the ads before we start the next one. Give it a good old second, I used to not do ads, but it works out better to take a pause. That was one of my worries, that if I started doing ads, people who join the stream wouldn't be able to see what's going on. That's why you do these middle sections. Gives people a second to catch their breath. Let's see. Reminds you of the Final Fantasy VII motorbike minigame where you are chased and have to hit them with a sword? I remember hitting a block with a sword for a rhythm game. Does that count? I don't know too much about Final Fantasy, truth be told. Let me get some coffee. Tasty coffee, I tell you. I didn't have too much sugar as I usually have, which is great. My goal, well, I used to drink black coffee, but then I forgot I had a sweet tooth. So then I started adding a little bit more sugar. Now I need to go back on the sugar rewind. An aliens game, but you're a cow. Ooh. I like your idea. Let's hold that thought for just a quick old second. We'll start the timer in just a few short minutes. In the meantime, let me get some water. Team Rocket, but donkeys. Blast it off again. I didn't watch much of the anime either for Pokemon. I really do need to catch up on stuff, but Pokemon is like a 500 episode series? It's wild! Eventually, like what is it? Dragon Balls is another one, but I'm not much of a ninja fan. Or just things of that nature. They didn't appeal to me. However, I need to catch up on Bleach. Bleach is another one that has like 500 episodes. I have a lot of things to do, not enough time, not one bit. Let me get some water. Okay, and an aliens game, but you're a cow. Yeah. Okay. I see. Okay. 10 seconds until the ad is up, and then we can get back into things. I'll go ahead and start the timer now, and then we will continue where we left off. And I did read that. Good. Okay, Pepsi Man, E is a number, very much lies, but ad should be over now, which is lovely, which means we continue. Bossta suggested aliens game, but you're a cow. I like the idea. Cow. I think we have our game. What if the game is called On the Move? That was not a question. This is not up for debate. It shall be what it is. On the moon. Title. I don't even know what it's about yet, but I know the name. Move. 3 O's. There we go. Lovely. And not to be confused with moose, the animal. Yep. See, moose are scary. Aren't they called meese? Multiple moose? Or I forget the multiple, but on the move. I like that. So, let me bring you over to a game idea. Hi, Luisaki. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. Meese, yeah, I thought it was meese. You are a cow, and you go after aliens that kidnapped your fellow cows. Ooh, interesting. How about instead, I do like that idea. Let me copy it. Let me show this guy here. What if, maybe you're the reverse. Let me make this a little bit bigger. They're coming for us. Let me grab my pen here. Maybe for this guy, it's a side scroller, possibly, I'm thinking. Side scroller, maybe it's a platformer. Side scroller, SCROLLER/platformer, PLATFORMER, platformer. And let me go ahead and slide you here. Lovely. Slide scroller/platformer. Now, you could be the cow, but what if you're the alien disguised as a cow? And you could be trying to protect the farm, the Legend of Zelda style. Unfortunately, I don't know much Legend of Zelda. That's another genre I need to get into. I say genre, but just another game I need to get into. And Cow John Wick. I know the name. I know he's important, but I don't know much about him. And hello there, I hope everyone's doing well. Hi, Sir Herlock. Welcome back to stream. I hope you're doing well too. I did great. An alien with a cow hat. He's just got one of those really creepy cow hats that, those masks. Hold on, cow mask. Oh yeah, I'm thinking horse. This could just work out just as well though, truth be told. Yeah, Oh boy, and how's it going, Brainstorm? It's going great. I'm having a lot of fun. This is fun, just thinking of ideas on the could be's. Now that's a game. Is that it? It's beauty. Let's see. An alien disguised as cow escapes government facility. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We're on the same page, Pixel Panda. Let me crop that so I can put it on screen. Yeah, I'm thinking, right? If you're on the run, you're escaping from the government. They're after you. You are an alien. So we're on the same page. You're an alien. Maybe you can shapeshift. You know, we don't have to limit ourselves to cows. Maybe cows is the one you take, or maybe you're an alien just happens to be. And what if the cows are also on the run? What if I've read that? What if the cows are after the aliens? That would be very silly. I mean, I'm all for silly. We've reached the silly zone. Welcome. There's no going back now. And I would also remember someone was wearing that mask after me. And sorry, it's just the way after the name ideas for the previous game. What did you miss? Not much, Kiro. Not much at all. The theme is now they're coming for us. And the idea is I'm thinking the game is called On the Move, where you're on the run. It's a side-scroller platformer where you play as an alien disguised as a cow, running from the government to get home. And what if you can ride the cows? A cow riding a cow? Cowception. That could be an interesting idea, a fun one. Let's see, alien, yep, that's it. That's totally an alien head right there. He's got the big eyes, alien. And you see the alien transforms into the, It's beautiful. There, a beautiful cow, and you can stack. Ooh, it could be a puzzle game, maybe. Maybe, possibly. Could be. Could possibly be. Maybe, yeah, maybe you can stack them. And the cows were... It is an artistic to shoot you. Question: if you're making a rock, is that considered a sprite? Yep, 100%. Yeah, rocks are certainly anything you really make. I'd say that you can put into a game is a sprite. Your characters are your sprites. Your items are sprites. Sprites, I don't think count if you're just making art for the sake of art. So, for example, that the room I had, I wouldn't consider that a sprite, but the rocks I did could be a sprite. And I like the idea. I like that idea. What if you could ride cows? Could be a puzzle then. Could be a puzzle game. Let me grab this guy here. And basically a former hitman. He retired, conflict happened, mafia killed his family, ruined his life, and his last straw was losing his dog. Oh, John Wick, got ya. I do remember the dog memes of him. I do remember that smudge. And let's see, what if the government knows that we can disguise the cow, so they send cow decoys to catch us? Like I said, take a delicate. Start whatever you think you can handle. You don't want to take too much, but you still want a bit of a challenge. And maybe the more cows you stack, the faster you go. It kind of reminds me of like a We Bare Bears, if any of you have ever seen that. It's a show. It was a Cartoon Network show where the bears stacked on top of each other, made a bear stack to do different things. And we went from donkeys to cows. Animals are great, aren't they? Hold on, this is you know, research information. We Bare Bears. I'm just gonna put that there for the stack. I like the idea of stacking. I feel like that could be a fun, like, puzzle mechanic. There you go. They're stackable. So the point is to cause chaos always. Oh boy, I love the show. It was really good. That's another show I need to catch up on. So, you are trying to get home, yup, and you disguise as a cow, and you want to go home to the mothership where you were waiting to get abducted maybe again, and those are the UFO, beautiful. And those are bears, not cows. What do you mean? These are cows. These are totally cows. Look at how much cow they are. Very cow. Super cow, in fact. Cow. And if there aren't 50 cows on screen, I'm not playing. Joking, of course. It would be fun to be able to see how many cows we can add. And that dog is also a cow and no one's complaining. It's a beautiful cow. Oh boy, and where were we? Okay, I did read that. Lovely. Stop. And wasn't there a Flash game about pandas doing this? Maybe? I don't know. Not that I can recall, at least. Let me go ahead and hide this guy and wasn't complaining. The best complaints are the sarcastic ones I've ever heard any. They truly are. So on the move and describe pitch, let's start off with the setting. And what if you also lost remote control for the ship and we need to find it? Ooh, I like that idea. Hold on, let me copy it. I will put that on screen too. Like here. And let's see. Copy that, move that there. Great ideas. I tell you, brainstorming's always fun. And can't take anything I say seriously. Nope, not one bit. I'm terrible at telling tone. Let's see, I did read that. Good. Now let's see. So setting, you're an alien that's been captured by the government, GOVR government, but has escaped. You're an alien that's been captured by the government, but has escaped. You have the ability to shapeshift and, how about this? Duplicate yourself. D-U-P-L-I. Duplicate yourself. That way you can make copies of yourself to stack onto. Have any of you heard of the game? It was really popular among streamers. It was a bit of a rage game. It was Pico Park. That's what I'm thinking of. I think it could be similar to Pico Park. Yes, Pico Park. And Zombie Tsunami is a reference. Is perfect or no? I have never heard of Zombie Tsunami. That is not one I've heard of. Let me copy this guy here just to show you what I mean by Pico Park. this game is a multiplayer game. It's very silly. The idea is you get a bunch of friends together to do silly things, but maybe it's not multiplayer, it's just you. It's only you. And oh, what does this do? Does it show off the gameplay? Yeah. Imagine all of these guys you control. So you're the controller, and it's different puzzle games. So this is more so a puzzle game with you and your friend trying to figure things out. That's the idea behind the game. There's like buttons and stuff. So imagine you have to duplicate yourself. I didn't know they used fighter jets. And Pico Park is so cute. Yeah, it's a very cute game, I agree. It's adorable. And it's co-op? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Instead of it being other people, they're all you. They're your copies, your duplicates. I could see that being a thing. Let's see. I'll go ahead and add that as inspiration. Now, another idea, INSPIRE, inspiration. Oh. Pico Park. And it's also very anxiety-inducing. Oh yeah. The best party games are the ones where one of all your friend has to do, only one person in the party has to be the troll. And now you're all blaming everyone. Your mine was stuck on a runner. I was thinking a runner too, but I'm thinking maybe it could be a puzzle platformer where you have to stack your copies. And do we control all of them? Yep, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe you can stack them. And maybe you have to hide. So the on the run idea, maybe a thing is like you find an empty field and you have to duplicate yourself to hide. Something like that. So you're all cows in a field. And you can make the goal to reach the moon where your cow ship is located. I like the way you think, Chris. And maybe that could be a troll cow sent by the government. Imagine playing this game with friends, just being cows on the run. Oh, you do tempt me there. But multiplayer. Ooh. The goal of this is supposed to make a game that I think I can make in a few months. So small enough. It's one idea. Possibly, but you know what? We'll see. We have time to think. Let's see. And why so unserious? I'm the sun joker. And what if you lost the remote control? Oh, I did that. Good. Okay, good. And it could be couch co-op? It could be, yeah. Oh! Great idea! Yeah, couch co-op. I like the way you think. Couch co-op. Couch co-op. Co-op. Then you'd have to be at the same computer and you use WASD. The other person uses the arrow keys. Yeah. That works great. That works wonderfully. And mine was stuck. It's even on source. Oh, 100% easier. And what if we transfer our conscious to the other cow when we die? That's a good ICT. I do like that one. I feel like it could be a way to transfer your consciousness. I think that could be a thing, possibly. I feel like because you'd have to position your clones to do different things, that could be a way of doing it. Let's see. We go back up here. Where are we at? Setting. You're an alien that's been captured by the government but has to escape. You have the ability to shift and duplicate yourself. So couch co-op. You're a pair. We'll just do that. You're a pair of aliens. There you go. Easy. And if the game is puzzle-based, then the game could have levels where you need to complete the puzzles to escape different rooms in the facility, and then switch to runner type after escaping the facility. Ooh, I like that idea a lot. Let's see, you're a pair of aliens that have to escape government. Yeah, okay. Here, hold on. You're a pair of aliens that have been captured by the government. You're a pair of shape-shifting. You're a pair of shape-shifting aliens that have been captured by the government. Escape. Once you escape, you're on the run to locate your UFO and get back home. There we are. And the puzzle could be timed to have a feeling of they're coming after us. Yeah. I feel like what would be really silly, right, is to have there's this trope in movies, I think, and also comics, where a character is being chased, right? And then they find a newspaper and they just hide behind the newspaper. I think that would be very silly to have two aliens voiced as humans, but their bodies are cows. So you just have two cows looking behind newspapers, and As the government is running past them. They're you know, just chilling out. So you have to hide. I feel like that could be fun. I know Portal 2 is a great reference because it does puzzles as you run away. Ooh. I don't know. I haven't played Portal before, but I'll take your suggestion. Portal 2. There we are. Okay. So you're a pair of shape-shifting aliens that have been captured by the government. Once you escape, you're on the run to locate your UFO and get back home. I think that works. Yep. You shape-shifting aliens. That can duplicate. That has been captured by the government. Yeah. You're a pair of shape-shifting aliens. That have been captured by the that have been captured by the government. Once you escape, you're on the run. You can only shape shift into cows and can duplicate yourself. There you go. And it takes 2? Yeah, that's a good one too. It takes 2. Now I have seen that one. Haven't played it, but have seen it. It takes 2. And I must share your enthusiasm once again. I also love Portal 2. Smesh was the one, I believe. Hold on. Who said Portal 2? Oh, Pixel Panda. I got ya. And what's your favorite Portal 2 character? I love the songs from it, right? Still Alive, that's really good. I don't know if that's 1 or 2, but it's a Portal song. I do know that. I know a little bit at the very least. Let's see. Pico Park, Portal 2, It Takes 2. Yeah. Was it TWO or 2? I feel like it's TWO. I think it's that. Now, what platform? I feel again like this could be PC or console. I think. So we'll write that on there. Like so. There we go. And chill just because I say character names. Software for now, not applicable. This is stuff I could fill out later if need be, or as I'm going, I could fill up this list. So N/A, non-applicable. And have you heard their Portal? How silly. NA, puzzle platformer couch co-op. Is there anything we're missing in terms of genre? Let's see. If I click this guy here and go to the list, what are we seeing? And Little Nightmares? It's good horror. There is puzzles. I have seen a little bit of Little Nightmares. It got a little bit too creepy for me. So I had to stop watching. But yeah, Little Nightmares does work. I can say that. Yeah, Little Nightmares. But that's more 3D. This would be 2D. Platformer, side scroller, 2D side 2D side scroller. There we go. Or inside. Little Nightmares, there's probably good old little horror. What do you mean by or inside? Can you elaborate a little bit on that? And let's see. Okay, these guys, we can move you for now. We shouldn't need you for now. Close these guys. These are just, if you can't come up with ideas, it's fun to think, okay, well maybe a goal of this guy, or maybe you could refresh. That's what those are there for. As you can see, we didn't use them. But if you're ever stuck in ideas, I always find these pretty handy to see, okay, what type of goals can we come up with? This too, environment, goal, genre. Randomize it, see what you get. I don't think we'll need these much quite anymore. So I'm gonna close these since don't need them anymore. Close you. We'll keep you possibly. Okay. And you, Skelly Drop, we don't need you. Not everything that can be closed. Oh, that's the video games. Let's see. Adventure. I feel like it would be an adventure game, right? Inside a game? A game inside of a game, do you mean? A game inside of a game. The end is never the end. It's never the end. It's never the end. Platformer. Yeah, adventure. I think adventure. I think that's it. Adventure would also chalk up the game. 2D side scroller and adventure. I think that describes the game in a nutshell. Puzzle, platformer, couch. Oh, it's a name. Oh, I see. Guy, I thought it was a Stanley Parable reference. I see. And is there going to be unlimited shape shifting, or do we have to collect something like energy replenish? I think, that is a good question. I feel like, let's go to our minimum viable or average player experience, right? You have first, this is the first part of the story. This is the, let's go here, let's see. I'll do this guy. So this is the first part of the story. You have the government, GOVERN, government base, and then you have the stores. The outside. There we are. Lovely. Okay. So in the government base, you and your teammate have to, maybe your powers are locked for the beginning portion, and you have to get to the keys or unlock some sort of thing. If this is the puzzle portion, then you have to stack each other or duplicate. Yeah. Maybe you can split yourself. How about that? Split yourself like an atom. And so, let's see, if I bring you back into here, just thinking of ideas here, I'm sloshing it around, but maybe, since there's now multiple people at play here, you have player 1 and Unravel 2, I just remembered about that game. I have heard of Unraveled, I have. That sounds right. I think you're connected to someone with a string and then you have to pull each other up, I think is the feel of the game. So imagine, right, you have player 1, player 2, and it's not make a clone, but it's split yourself. So you'd have to, like that. And then, wherever you walk, it copies your movements. How about that? So in this case, if you move to the left, you and your clone would move to the left. If you go up, it would move up. So it's one of those games. So like, if you hit a wall like this, then that guy wouldn't move anymore. That would be, you would still move to the left. So then if you hit up and left, then it stacks you. And then the other person would have to up and left. And then it would stack you. And then, maybe then, okay, if that's the feel of the game, right, this sort of puzzle thing, and then now everyone's stacked, and wish I learned from that is that there's a lot of games here. Yeah, I've got a lot of game homework to do. I can't agree to that. Oh boy, I still have a lot of pixel art games to play. So many games, I'm telling ya, eventually, soon TM, one day, something like this, and then you have the platform here. So then maybe, how do we do this? No pixel art, no deal. Yeah, I'd have to play it in my own time. Amori. Amori is on the list, PD. I can say that for certain. So, if the game is like this, right, where you're stacking yourself, you're up against the wall, this is player 1. Let me make this color here. That's player 1. This is player 2. Let me make it blue, because, you know, blue and red. And I've been playing Dead Cells recently. I've heard good things about Dead Cells. That's also on another on the to-do. I have a very long to-do list. Very much indeedy. But, let's see. When I'm here, it would probably take a look at some, what is it called? It would probably take a look at some, what's the word I'm looking for? Makes me want to create a roguelike. Roguelikes, I feel like, if in the right hands, wouldn't be too painful to make. If done correctly in the right hands. I feel like they'd be a lot of fun though. Just coming up with ideas and power-ups and things like that. And, okay, so, if you have it set up like this system here, maybe the cow can jump 2 blocks. So, if the cow's able to jump up 2 units, right? This is 1 unit, 2 units. Then you'd have this guy here. Yeah, okay. We could do it like Pickle Park. And what is up? How's it going, Iris? Hi, Nameshift Games. Welcome back to stream. Hello. I am struggling with puzzle games and remembering why puzzles and me don't get along. To be fair, I started playing Skyrim for the first time this year. Skyrim's good. I haven't finished Skyrim. I'm more of a side quest. I play a lot of side quests, but we could really do like a Pickle Park feel, but 2 people instead. Where that guy gets up there, they press a little button, and this button would then add a platform that you could jump off of. So like this guy here, and then you could do hop, something like that. I think could be our platformer. Just an idea. This would take a lot of designing in terms of project, but I think this could work as a puzzle, something like that, where you have to use your duplication. Every time you duplicate yourself. Is it bad that I'm still working on a project and I randomly came up with an entire story for a roguelike? Not wrong at all. Nope. What is it? Projects are fun. Projects are always you know, there's no harm in brainstorming, just having an idea. And I have a phobia of space aliens, and these little guys are giving me the spooks. PD, I'm from space. I'm an eldritch being, and you don't have a phobia of me. And Bobby's green, and he has weird looking eyes. And I suggest cut. I have that. That is in my library now. It'll be here. It'll be there eventually. I got it on sale. We're good to go. I also have to play Dave the Diver. You're pretty different. How sweet. How about this? Does this make it better? Hold on. Let's see. If I do this, right? Hold on. No. Does this make it work? Does this make the alien okay? How is your phobia doing? And are those Amanda Show aliens? I'm glad. And you're just being there is, I don't know why people are accusing you of murder and breaking necks. Exactly, Lesk. I am glad you understand my pain and trial and tribulations of being full of things. I am not at all, not one bit. Let's see. Let me go ahead and now that we have our family-friendly happy aliens, what I want to do is grab this guy here. Well, I feel like this could be a thing, and possibly maybe as the game goes on, you're able to get more duplications. So maybe it goes from 2 to 4 to 6 and so on. And I mean, you've drawn a bunch of disembodied alien heads. They are where were we in creating our ideas, right? Let's see. Goal. Oh, here we go. I don't have to say a thing. Is the goal to go left and up? Yep. So the idea is that you can duplicate yourself, and you would go left after duplicating and jump on yourself. Then the other person would jump on you, duplicate themselves, and then hop up. And you can, I guess both. Innocent. I assure you. So the idea is that it presses a button which creates this guy, and since you can jump up to, you would jump here to here. That's the feel of like what a level would be. Let me go ahead and make this smaller. There we go. So goal is to escape the prison. I guess you could call it prison. It could be multiple things. Escape the prison. Escape the government base. COVERNMENT. Escape the government base and find your home. Escape the government base. That's goal 1. And well, really, your goal is escape. Really, when you boil it down, the goal is to escape. Let me go ahead and grab this guy here. Goal is to escape. Escape the base and find your body. Find the bodies. No. Oh boy. Oh no. Well, I guess I refreshed the page. How odd. Just in case, I'll clarify my question. Yep. Side scroller from left and right. Yep. Side scroller. You can only move left and right. Yep. The idea is that you would duplicate yourself. So you'd be the red guy. You would move all the way to this wall on the right, and then you would jump on top of yourself. And then the other person would jump onto you, duplicate themselves, and then jump onto the button, press the button, and left and right. Yep, it is supposed to be 2D side scroller is the idea. No, we need to steal the Chaos Emeralds too. There's no chaos. Nah, you're sane here, Smedge. Don't you worry. Let's see. So escape. Yeah, goal is escape. Really. Escape. Solve puzzles. Escape. Solve puzzles. PUZZLES. And they are like the heads of Futurama. Make the mini legs and that's. Oh boy, that just sounds creepy. And when do we get to the fishing minigame? There is always a fishing minigame, isn't there? Oh man, you know, maybe you pass a lake and you gotta go into the water with a snorkel. You just grab a snorkel out of thin air and now you have to hide in the water with the snorkel as a cow. That would be lovely. There's your fishing minigame. Government base. Solve puzzles. You unlock rooms, and then once you're outside, it becomes more of a random question. But have you ever played Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah. I have not finished it, but I did get to Act 3. Does that count? I'm trying to get better at again finishing games. I'm not too good, but I did get to Act 3. It's been lovely. I happened to choose the dark one first time around, and shouldn't have done that. Should have gone with a regular player. The dark one has been an interesting ride. I can't say that much. So, government base. Solve puzzles to unlock rooms until, yeah. Soon, Tam. The outside. Once you're outside, it turns into maybe a runner. Possibly like going left to right. And hi Pixel, welcome to the stream. Welcome. We're indecisive, yeah. Too many things to choose. And I have to go watch Mr. Robot with my friend or she'll beat me up again. Say no to violence, PD, but thanks for stopping by. Thank you. Have fun. Have fun. Welcome though, Pixel. We're working on right now just coming up with ideas for a game. The theme is on... Oh, what was the theme? Hold on. The theme was... They're coming for us. So, the idea is that you're playing as an alien who's disguised as a cow, and you and your friend, it's couch co-op. You and your friend are in a government facility. You have the ability to shapeshift into cows, and you can duplicate yourselves. So you have to escape the government facility and find your UFO home. So now we're just filling out this guy here to see what would possibly be needed. No, this guy here. Average player experience. I think it turns into a runner where maybe there's a timer involved. Maybe you have to avoid line of sight. Yeah, well, line of sight. Or maybe there's like a meter, and this is where it becomes a lot of scope. But maybe there's a meter of like suspicion and you have to act like a cow. Maybe you have a moo button you have to press the refuel off every few times. Let's see. Avoid line of sight maybe. And you can have an auto scroll instead of a timer. Ooh, yeah, I like that. Runner. Auto scroll. AUTO auto scroll. So maybe the idea is that the government base is kind of your tutorial. It's where you get to take it easy for a bit. But once you go outside, it is fast, run. You don't have time to think through your puzzles as much. And hi, FML, welcome back. I have not seen that name in quite a second. So hello, and welcome. I hope you've been well. And maybe quick time events where you hide as short, like 3-second timers. Yeah, line of sight maybe? Maybe some quick time events. I like the sound of quick time events. Maybe QTE, quick time events. We'll just put this in here. Quick time events. Like so, and line of sight. There we are. Line of sight. There we go. Okay. I think that's summarized. And the puzzle should be easy if there's a lot of pressure. Yep. The idea is that the base will be where you learn how to solve puzzles. So it's kind of like the questions to a quiz. Well, no, it's kind of like studying for a quiz. And then the auto scroller will be the quiz. It'll be where you put tricks you've learned to the test. It's kind of the introduction. It shows you how to do it, how to do certain puzzles. And then you'll have to do those puzzles fast. Now that you know the rules of the game, let's play a game. That's the idea. The minimum viable product, it would have to be the co-op controls. It would have to be duplication, and co-op controls, duplication. We would need 3 cows and a trench coat stuff. I feel like there's a lot of silly possibilities that could happen. Like I said, I feel like, 3 cows and a trench coat. Then we could also have the snorkel in the water, and then also, yeah, an example. Example level for runner, for outside, and government base. I think those are important since we'll need to have the auto scroll feature. I think that's about it though. Those quick time events, that's something that is not required for the game to work. That's a nice idea, maybe perhaps one day, but really we just need to do duplication. We need the puzzle, so that's what the example's for. And there's a game that came out in 2013 called The Swapper where you have to clone yourself and solve puzzles. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, this is not a new idea by all means. I know there are games out there where you can swap yourself, duplicate, things like that for puzzles. However, just because I'm not inventing the wheel doesn't mean we can't make something new. And that's where cows come in. Aliens. That's the flavor to spice up the idea. Let me go ahead and add that here. And someone said unraveled, I believe. UNRAVELL. Unraveled. I think that's how you said it. And put this here, Lovely. Okay. Target audience. Yeah, okay. And minimum viable product. Runner, auto scroller, line of sight. I think these are the 3 things we need. And alright. So for our target audience, this time around, this is supposed to be casual. it's supposed to be casual, on level 2. On level 2 then. Thank you for the clarification. And it's an aspect of game dev that is a little underutilized. Research what's out there. Get inspired by existing games. Look at what they do. Well, yeah, 100%. Get it out there. I forget what the saying is. Hold on. Take chances, make mistakes, get messy. That's what I was looking for. And it's true. It's very true. Play a lot of games and holding on. There you go. Take chances, make mistakes, get messy. Now, can anyone tell me where that saying is from? I'll really be showing my eons in age. And playing games is also studying, Mom. Exactly. That's called research. Market research. Big brain time. Let's see. Let's go back up here. Setting genre software platform. Yep. I'm thinking for our target audience here, we want casual gamers. We want your child and parents, kids and parents playing together. Family night. Things like that, family night. And the important part is game design and game development, coding-wise. They're technically 2 different jobs. Oh yeah. That is the saying, Flagly, you guessed correctly. Yeah, that's Miss Frizzle's saying. I already forgot it. I always just remember the get messy part. But yeah, Miss Frizzle, that's the saying. It's one of my favorites. I am very much a math and science fan, so Magic School Bus was right up my alley. That got me interested in so many different things. I'm telling ya, if I didn't become a game dev, I would be a biologist. If not a biologist, I'd probably be a chemist. If not a chemist, probably well, there was a time I went through an entomology phase. We don't talk about that. we don't talk about the entomology, but I was really into rocks too. So let's see. Casual gamers, kids and parents playing together. Family night. Another game that comes to mind is Snip and Clips, if you've ever heard of it. And literally me, but I'd be a musician or something, yeah. I was able to, and wait. You like science but not sci-fi? Yeah. I don't know why, but it's aliens, Star Wars, it's, I guess for me at least, sci-fi feels not science-y, if that makes sense. Like, science is science, but with sci-fi, you have to make the science. It's like making magic, but because to me science is so real, it feels weird to make fiction out of reality. So it's like time travel. People always try to draw complicated diagrams of how time travel might work and theories and like that, and I don't like that. I just want to have my microscope and I want to look at the pretty cells. Can I do that? I'd like to learn about decomposition and the water cycle. That's the type of science I like. Not newtons and protons and atoms and things like that. That's why I don't tend to like sci-fi. And let's see, difficulty level seems important. Just slowing the auto scroll for people who have difficulty. Yeah, I think so. I was thinking snips and clips. Snips and clips. Oh, snips and clips. And clips. There we are. Yeah. And it can be a weird limbo place for sure. Yeah. Hard sci-fi is better for that. Yeah. Maybe I'm thinking just hard sci-fi then. And you didn't study hobo-maxing too? What's hobo-maxing, Smedge? That's an interesting one. Let's see. Switch. And communism is sci-fi? I would not know. Oh boy. This guy here. This guy. Let me copy you and paste you here. And yeah. You ever see Avatar: Last Airbender? There's another thing I need to catch up on. Oh boy. Snips and clips though. And I see, to make sci-fi game for Eris, you create hidden object games where you search for bacteria. Yeah. There you go. Mitochondria, powerhouse of the cell. This game here, this is a game. This is the feel. When I say family play together, I mean something like this. Where in this game, it's like a paper mache. You have one person and you cut other people to do different puzzles. That's the type of feel I want to go for. Watch Avatar now! Angry! I I eventually plan to watch Avatar. It is also on my to-do list. As you can tell, I have a lot of to-do lists. Eventually, and while my eye mode is gone, it's been replaced by a different one, Lusk. I believe it is now replaced by, it's now this one. And the name of the guy, Katana's brother, I cannot tell you. And Hobomaxing, a joke thrown from a famous gaming, programming, and hacking streamer who's also an entomologist. Ah, I see. I did remember hearing about him getting into entomology, yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. Hobomaxing, so silly. So, escape, solve puzzles. Casual gamers, kids and parents playing together, family night. That's the feel I want to go for. Did you watch Arcane, or do you mean So We Doing Game Ideas? Yep, and welcome to stream, Arvon. Hi. Right now, the theme is They're Coming For Us. And what we've decided to do is a puzzle game, a puzzle platformer, where it is couch co-op. You play as an alien disguised as a cow, you and your friend. Since it's couch co-op, you are in a government facility. You have to escape using your duplication powers, and you have to run from the government to get home. That's the feel. So we're filling this guy out, and it's pronounced, it's pronounced Arvin? Is that better? I can never tell with names. I hope I got at least a little bit closer. Thank you for telling me how to pronounce it a little bit better. Let's see. If I click back here, yep. Target audience, setting, inspiration, the hook. Now, for the hook here, hook. Silly aliens trying to act like cows. Who act like humans. How about that for the hook? Does that draw you in? Not quite, but it's a start. Let's see. For the pitch, maybe what we could do is describe your game in one sentence. Silly cows. Silly cow aliens. Aliens disguised as cows who run from the government. And so what do we have so far? We have this guy here. We're almost done. We have the idea of what the game could be. We have the minimum viable product. So what the game, if you were to boil it down, what would it be? In our case, we would need the co-op controls. We would need the duplication feature, since that is the game itself. And we would need levels for the outside, which would be our side scroller part of the game. And we also need the government base, which is the puzzle portion. We've just slowly been going through this list here. Figured out the target audience. Since I want this to be more laid back, it's still a little bit of trouble.
No one
but...
is now following.
Oh, hold on. Let me get that name. Prenomen, possibly? Tell me how close I got, but thank you for the follow. Look at the stream. What was I wording? I was wording. And the settings done, the genre's done, the software, platform, inspiration, hook, all of those things. Now we're missing the hook and the pitch. That timer's there to keep us on we're on here, and we're on here for now, right? The pitch and the hook. So we're good to go. All that's missing now is the pitch and the hook. And we'll be good to go. And can you add an Easter egg with a purple egg hidden in the map as the player interacts? It squeaks. That sounds like Undertale if I had to guess. Little squeak sounds. I mean, be Easter eggs. The idea is that today we're just making game ideas. So there's no actual making. It's just if in an imaginary world, if I had a few months to make a game and I had a theme, so it's basically a game jam without the actual game making, just like game design document making is the hope there. Let's see. If I go ahead and click on this guy here, where are we at? The silly aliens trying to act like cows. Trying to act like cows who act like humans. I think that's a hook enough. I think the hook would be the animations. We'll do the pitch here. Act like humans while they run from the feds. There we go. That's the pitch. While they run from the feds, and stack aliens disguised as cows to escape the government. Ooh, that's pretty good. How about stackable alien cows? Stackable alien cows stackable aliens disguised as cows trying on the run from the government. How about that? stackable alien cows disguised as several aliens disguised as cows on the run from the government. Maybe that's a little bit better. And then the hook, silly aliens trying to act like cows, act like humans while they run from the feds. It's supposed to be very silly, Hallie. Silly, heavy. There we go. Silly aliens. So the hook would be the silly animations. Alien cows, technically different. Silly aliens trying to act like cows who act like humans. Can you describe a little bit? Aliens cows are technically different. Stackable aliens disguised as cows. Stackable aliens trying to act like cows. How about this? Disguised as cows who act like humans. Disguised as cows. There we go. How about that? Disguised as. A little bit better? Oh, I see. Disguised as. The disguise needs to be added. Something like that. The hook would be the silly animations and scenarios. Silly A-N-I-M-A. Silly animations and scenarios. I think you focus on the art and sound. This could be super cute. Yeah, silly animation scenarios, we want to make it cute. This is supposed to be a light-hearted thing compared to our other versions. The time is up, but we're just about done. Yeah, silly aliens disguised as cows who act like humans while they run from the feds. Silly animations and scenarios. That's the hope to get out of the game. It's supposed to be light-hearted. It's supposed to be charming compared to the other ones. Let's see, just taking a look through what we've done, we have our first game. That is a, what is it? I forget already, these brainstorming sessions. Let's see. It is a horror game called Simon Says Hide, where Simon Says, you play Simon Says while you do hide and seek, and you hide against Simon. We also have Don't Be a Donkey, where you are a jouster and your enemy is your steed. And then lastly, we have On the Move, which is stackable aliens disguised as cows on the run from the government. And what's the difference between the hook and the pitch for you, by the way? For me, the pitch is one sentence. If I scroll back up here, you can see. If you could describe your game in one sentence, how would you do it? The hook, on the other hand, is what sets your game apart from other games. So you can see here I have some examples. Visually, Stardew Valley, this game itself, people like to say they like the aesthetics, the look of Stardew Valley. So if this game didn't look the way it did, it might have not drawn people in. It's here for the looks, the feels of a cozy game. It sets the vibes, the aesthetic of the game. That's the hook, what draws people in. Another example could be, let's see, Portal. It's the mechanic of the game, right? Shooting portals around. Portal is the mechanic, that's the hook itself, but you could also say the pitch is you shoot portals. Something like that could be the pitch, but it's also what is the thing that draws the person in. And you usually have the two terms intervened or intertwined because pitch implies pitching it. Yep. I think they're similar, but there's ways you could do it. They do different meanings. These are just what they mean for me. Is the what draws the person in, and if you could describe it in one sentence, what would it be? That's how I try to do it. Okay, we have these three guys here. Lovely. Okay. And I'll also put these on the website just as, what is the word I'm looking for? Examples, so that if you want to look at these guys, what we've done today, you'll be able to see them all here. Now, let's see. Let me blow my nose, give me 1 second. Oh no! We're all good to go, and thank you, Les. Thank you. Okay, so we did 3 of these. Now what's left to do is, let's see. Let me go ahead and edit the stream info here. Brainstorming game, I guess. Oh no, we'll do it this way. All right, concepts. I'll open up concepts here, and if I drag this guy here, you can see this guy here. I talked about it earlier, but I'm currently creating an. Oh, thank you. How's it gonna
Isaiah just subscribed.
It says Anasaya. I feel like that's even worse than what I tried to do, but thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the subscription. The membership, the thing. I hope you like it. And even the bot can't do it, yeah. We try, alright? But trying doesn't always mean succeeding. At least you gave it an effort. I am currently creating a game called Necrotype Cafe. It is a game where you are a necromancer. You come from a long lineage of necromancers, and you go to this magic academy of witches and wizards. And the idea is that you play as this gal here, right here. Her name is Gabriella. Now, Gabriella doesn't want to become a necromancer. She wants to become a baker, a chef. She wants to reject modernity and embrace her skills of love of the delights. So she finds an abandoned part in the school, an abandoned classroom, and she makes a cafe there. And the idea is that by the end of the semester, you'll show your parents, the teachers, the student faculty, everyone, that you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. You can be a baker. You can do your own thing. The idea is that it is a cafe simulator for the cafe part, but in order to serve customers, you have to do rhythm typing. You have to type to the beat. It is a idea of, because the world is done, the magic's done through poetry, you have to type out poems. And depending on the type of magic you use, so for example, there are pyromancers, so you're fire wizards, and it'll be a flavor, like spicy flavor. And the idea is that it'll be a fast song to react with the spiciness. Or if it's a cryomancer, so you're ice wizards, it'll be a slow song for the flavor of mint tea. The idea is that you're supposed to do different feels for different foods, different condiments and flavors. And again, we don't want to overscope here. So really all you need to know is it is a cafe game where you play as a wizard and you type to the beat to serve customers. That is the pitch, the one sentence word. And typing games are hot right now. Seeing a typing FPS and typing exploration puzzle horror game. Interesting. And you're pitching without a suit on and not sabotaging elevators. This is a mini pitch. Oxidized, very small. Fortunately, we don't have a lot of time left, so I can't bring out the big guns. But no, in my heart. That was just a mini pitch for today. And that's so cool. Thank you. Thanks much. And I'm glad you think it's cool. I'm struggling to finish it. But for now, it's working. And I wanted to talk about game ideas, figure out concepts and brainstorming, things of that nature. And do you know Epistory? The typing mechanics could be a good help. I don't think it's rhythm-based. The typing right now is good. I just need to figure out the rhythm portions of the game. But I will save Epistory. I like references. I like a lot of references. So I will save Epistory. Oh, Typing Chronicles. Yes, I have the game. I have not played it. It is in my it's in my library. I got it a few years ago, but I have not played it. One day, I assure you, I'll get around to it. Oh boy, let's see. Oh yeah, eventually. I wanted to say all of that to say, and we have about like 15-20ish minutes left. I wanted to spend the rest of this time coming up with brainstorming ideas for my game. Since the idea is based around serving customers, I thought it would be fun if bones are cracking. I thought it would be fun. Let me go ahead and grab white here, if it'll let me. I initially, in my game, wanted ghosts to be a thing. So let me just do GHOSTS. I wanted ghosts to be a feature. GHOSTS. But, again, thinking back to what we just talked about today, ghosts don't really fall into the MVP of the game, do they? They're not needed. I was able to talk about that whole feature of the game, the entire idea, without ghosts. I like the idea of ghosts, but maybe ghosts shouldn't be a thing. I've been working on this game since last August. It'll almost be a year. So it's a thing of, should we have ghosts? Maybe ghosts are an afterthought. I want to keep the scope small until I can actually make the prototype of the game. And honestly, as astonishing as it is, the best rhythm game I've ever played was Genshin. I have played that one before. It was fun. I liked the music. Very fun. And could you maybe do a how to start game dev guide like the one you did for pixel art in the future, specifically pixel art games? Yep, I do plan on doing so, Kyo. What I'd like to do, like what I'm doing now, I talked about earlier all of these guys. This is the beginning. I feel like it's a long series. You can't really talk about small things and how's the off-stream coding going. This week, I painted my room, so I got no coding done. I thought it would be a one-day project. I was only able to have access to my computer yesterday. So I have got nothing done, unfortunately. That's fine. That's a-okay. That's why I bring you here today for brainstorming and plotting. As things are going, they're just not going as fast as I first assumed. Let's see. With the idea of ghosts, the initial idea of ghosts is that I wanted them to be an antagonist to the game. The character, so Gabriella, this girl right here, she is afraid of ghosts. And she's a great... Oh,
Popang is now following.
Thank you for the follow. You can tell me how close I got. Welcome, Popang. Welcome, indeedy. She is afraid of ghosts. She is an excellent necromancer, even like the best of the best. But she doesn't want to do it. Even if it's in our skill set, in this world, becoming a necromancer is like becoming a lawyer, a doctor. That's the type of field we're going for. But again, she's like, I want to become an artist. And the idea is that one of the reasons why she doesn't want to become a necromancer is just because she's afraid of ghosts. She likes necromancy for certain things, but she doesn't want to deal with ghosts. She's not for her. I wanted ghosts to serve as an antagonist to the game. One of the ideas I had, and I'll go ahead and just this little guy here to branch it off. I thought maybe, as the ghosts being antagonists, maybe they can affect the way the game works. So let me go ahead and instead of drawing here, let's just go back to the things we were using, the tools we were using at our disposal. I go into this guy here, file. I do a new tab. Oh, never mind. Let's see. If I click on, hold on. We need to do game, and then I'll click on that guy and bring us down to our Drawio all over again. Start now. And it'll bring us back to the sky. Lovely. And honestly, oh, I just read that. Good. Okay. Save a select a draft. Cancel. Okay, there we go. We have this draft up. Oh. Okay, we're good. I thought the draft was, we're good. Okay. So, what are things that come to mind when you think ghost? Actually, let me do this guy here. Just the idea of ghost. What comes to mind? Ghost. One thing I think of is like haunting. I think of maybe possession. I think of maybe poltergeist. Just ideas in general with ghosts. What do you think of? Let's see. Possession. You think of, possession. Haunting, possession, objects moving, floating objects. Floating, and that's not how you spell possession apparently. Floating objects. Here we are. Floating objects. We go ahead and make this guy here bigger. Lovely. Okay, now possession. P-O-S-S. Multiple. Strange noises, lights going on and off. Yeah, I'd say haunting kind of feels like that. Let's see. Maybe I'll just do this. So haunting, we have, let's see, flickering lights. We also have, let's see. Flickering lights. We also have the floating objects for haunting. Possession's kind of its own thing, I feel like. We'll move that to there. We have, let's see, strange noises. Yeah. There we go. That sums it up pretty well. There we go. And, okay. The idea behind the game was that because the ghosts were supposed to be the enemies, crying noises. Oh, there you go. A little spooky crying. Great impression. Thank you. You can tell I have an expertise at ghostly words. And I was stuck by the realization of all the other game ideas may never exist. You were stuck by the realization, do you mean these guys here that we made? They are lovely, aren't they? I like them. The thing is, they're saved as a document, so I can always come back to them if need be, but I used to do this a lot. I stopped just because I got busy. Yeah. Maybe one day we can come back to these guys, as I at least like the idea of don't be a donkey. If I were to make one out of these, don't be a donkey would be it. I feel like this would be the silliest. Simon says, hi, it's horror on the move. That one's pretty good too, but don't be a donkey. That one was good. Let's see. How secret agents are... Oh, never mind. That's not what we're looking at. We're looking at ghosts. And the idea was that the poetry, spellcasting, the ghosts kind of affect their environment. That's where the haunting comes into play at. So, let's see, haunting. Ghosts could affect the game just from haunting, yeah. The idea was that ghosts can also be banished, so B-A-N-I-S-H-T, banished. They were able to possess, but you were also able to banish them. So you'd have to face your fears and banish them. We have possession here. Here we go. Haunting. Yep, there we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait. Oh, will you let me go? Oh, it hurts. I can't go. Oh, there we are. There. Lovely. And then you come there. Yep. And then, oh, there. Better. And they could move ingredients, mess up the rhythm. They could block your path to customers. They could scare customers away. Ah, haunting. I like that idea. I like the idea of maybe messing up ingredients. So sabotage. 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 I definitely know that's not how it's spelled. Let's see. S-A-B-O-T-A-G-E. Sabotage. Sabotage. I like that idea. Them moving around objects. In my game, I want, instead of right now there's a book you have to select, but I want there to be, you have to go back and forth between the counters to grab ingredients. So I'm thinking, yeah, maybe sabotaging items. Maybe they can float away with items. They could offer specific side quest challenges in order to release/exercise them. Since I want to keep on the line of it being a cooking simulator or cafe sim, I want you to be able to banish them by serving them food. Serving food. That was, I think I still want that idea. Serving them food. The idea was that there's the special flavor called memory, and depending on the ghost type, you have to serve them some type of memory. So it could be a bitter memory, a sweet memory, a spicy memory, like a time they were embarrassed, something like that. Different memories for different ghost types. Again, scope, right? If we have different ghost colors for different ghost types, that is a lot. And ghosts don't need to be in the game, but I'd like ghosts to be in the game. That's really cool. Thank you, thank you. A lot of ideas, but again, small. Keep it small, keep it simple. I just wanted to see about maybe, are there ideas we can come up with that are anything else? I do like the idea. Right now, or initially the ghost changed the rhythm, the tempo of the game. Maybe instead, it's just through the other sabotage ways. Pull out your proton pack and bust these ghosts. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. Let's see. Banished, serving food, haunting, flickering lights, floating objects, sabotage, possession. I do like these ideas. Banish, serving food. A good indicator that there are too many mechanics is that they're interfering with each other negatively. Yeah, I want them to work together. And maybe have to extract an ingredient from them. Ectoplasm or something. Man, this food is good. What's your secret ingredient? You don't want to know. That could be an interesting one. Maybe, resource. That could be an idea. Resource. I wish I could drag this corner guy, but it won't let me. So we'll just pretend this guy can go out here. Oh, no, nope. What a shame. Ghost possession, you go out there. There we go. That helps a little bit. Oh, there we go. Like that. Okay, something like that, I think. Ectoplasm, so maybe you get a resource. Maybe it could be ectoplasm. Do the ghosts interfere with your rhythm? Initially, that was the idea, but since then, I've changed up how rhythm works in my game, so it doesn't really work too well anymore. And good evening, afternoon, evening, or morning, and good night. Hi, Curso. Welcome to the stream. I hope you've been well. Let's see, resource like ectoplasm, E-C-T-O-P-L-A-S-M, ectoplasm, E-C-T-O-P-L-A-S-M. Yep, ectoplasm. Oh, fun. Yeah, ectoplasm here. Lovely. Okay. Ectoplasm. Okay. And the ghosts interfere with the rhythm. Okay, we're good. And yeah, sabotage could be through spellcasting. That was one thing I did before. I'm not sure if it would be possible to implement now, but we can certainly add this to our idea list. I'll go ahead and do here, rhythm. Sabotage the rhythm, because that is a game mode. We could sabotage the ingredients. So maybe sabotage the resources. Let me go ahead and do this guy here. That's another thing that could be sabotaged. The resources. Another thing. See, what else could be sabotaged? The way I thought of it was, when ghosts appear, well, because the spell casting is with poetry, right? She has to speak aloud verbally the spell. But because she's so afraid of ghosts, they throw off her rhythm. Because in poetry, there's sort of a rhythm, a flow of words you have to do. But when ghosts appear, she gets all clammy and nervous, so it's not as fluid, and that's why they interfere with her spellcasting. And what would a ghost do at a necromancy academy? The thing is, because she is the best of her class, these ghosts are tricky ghosts to banish. She's one of the only people that can do it. Hence why she was able to find an abandoned classroom in the academy. It's that she has a particular set of skills. And do you have an idea of the main gameplay loop? I do indeedy. Actually, let me do this. I believe I can do this. Does this work here? It does indeedy. You can play the prototype of the game currently. It is out. It is a little funny at the moment. I'll also paste this here. But the main gameplay loop is customer come in, you get customer order, you spell cast customer food, you serve customer, and that's it. The main gameplay loop is cafe sim. So serve the customer, and then to serve the customer, you have to make the food. She's so afraid she's becoming the best at banishing. Yeah, she's just gotten really good. Let me go ahead and run the. Oh, actually, I didn't even realize 4:59 already. Okay, we'll let the outbreak run. We'll go on for about maybe 10ish more minutes of these ideas, and then there's one more thing I want to discuss before we end the stream. So a little bit more. We won't end at 5 quite. We're getting a little bit over time, but I'll let the ads do their addy thing while I sit here and drink my hot cocoa coffee. What's it? Too hot. Very hot. And what if they are customers, but they aren't able to communicate properly? So you have to puzzle out their needs? Kinda, sorta. And I see, I'll play to see how it works. I was learning how the rhythm was incorporated. Thank you. I hope you like it. Yeah, the rhythm is just, you're typing out the poem. It's like a spell, right? When you're casting, some spells require you to say like hocus pocus or salamadu, necrotype, bibbidi bobbidi boo. But instead of bibbidi bobbidi boo, it's a poem. And to represent the players saying the poem, you type it. That's the idea. But turns out rhythm games, a genre. It is a genre. For certain, it is the case of being the thing. I can say that. Let me get some water since my coffee is too hot to drink. Voice acting? That is tomorrow, cursed soul. I do maybe want to put voice acting in my game. I'm not sure how that's gonna go. To be honest, probably not going to be in the game, but we'll see. I want to get the minimum viable product. This, if your game were to be a prototype, what would be the prototype of the game, right? That's back to Don't Be a Donkey, for example. All you need to do in this game is control the donkey and have an enemy to face against. You don't need to worry about story or cutscenes or set dressing. That comes later. So in my game, because it is about, well, hold on, let me click here to make it a little bit easier to see. As my game is about the rhythm, the cafe, and spellcasting, that is what I'm focusing on right now. That is the prototype. So you have serving the customer, that's part A, and you have spellcasting, part B. Once these guys are good to go, then I can flesh stuff out. I can add more stuff and cool ideas and all of those things. Ghosts aren't needed for the game to work. I like ghosts in here, but if all else fails, ghosts are gonna have to be chopped. So at the end of the day, ghosts aren't needed. The difficulty already comes from typing, but ghosts can be. And you can add the Animal Crossing lines, yeah. Either Animal Crossing or maybe like the Undertale voices. Either or can work. But it is possible. And I'm not too sure how the cutscenes and things like that are gonna go. Right now, again, not too important. We just need the bare minimum. What are the things you have to do in order for the game to work? Rhythm typing and cafe. Once those are complete, then we can go on to the fun ideas. And I just like thinking about the fun ideas because it gives your mind a bit of rest. And if a ghost touches you while you have food, it chills the food, so you have to avoid them. Interesting. We can do that. Sabotage resources. We can also say, food tampering. There we go, food tampering. Like maybe they get ectoplasm on the food and outbreak's over. Lovely. Let me go ahead and drag out there. And hi. Oh, Big Doug Orange, is that how you say it? Welcome in the stream. And you can make a flawless robot hand with Meta's EMG wristband if you get a Tesla. Huh? You've lost me. I'm a little lost, just a smidge. And you need to show up the world if typing at all. What do you mean, Cursed Soul? You need to show up the world if typing after all? You need to show up the word? I'm lost. Can you elaborate a little bit if you would not mind? Also, why is this little resource guide not here? There you go. I feel better now. And would these mechanics be introduced progressively over the course of the game, or at the beginning of like a tutorial? I'm thinking a beginner cutscene, right? Because it's abandoned. The idea is that this game takes place over a semester. So the cafe that you're playing in, because it's an abandoned, abandoned classroom, it starts off looking very abandoned, but as you go on, you climb the ranks and gain the trust of your fellow students. It'll look more like a classy place, since it's supposed to be gothic and fancy. So there will be a progression of both story and also mechanics, different beats and stories. The idea is that different flavors, so each wizard is represented by a flavor. Necromancers are bitter, pyromancers are spicy, cryomancers are minty, and each week you get a new flavor. So different mechanics, different speeds, different tempos get introduced over time, is the idea. Again, that might be a little bit too much. Still small as we can make it. Right now, rhythm typing, cafe, that's it. But once we finish that, we move on to great things, I assure you. Is there anything else we can think of for now for Ghost? I definitely think, for now at the very least, I should just remove Ghost. Ghost will come in the game if need be. We can always go back to it. I have backups of backups, but Ghosts aren't needed for the game to function. They are a like, but they aren't a need. Eventually, maybe, but not quite what we need the game to function. And what if the ghosts just want to be your friends? That's the thing! Ghosts aren't harmless. The ghosts are friendly, actually. She has an irrational fear. It's just something about ghosts that just creeps her out. They're completely harmless, except for making it a little bit chilly. But yeah, they just want to be your friend, and if you serve them food, they'll go away. They'll go away for a little bit. And this is a typing game, so we need to display the target word prominently, either at the top of the screen or a dedicated screen to let the player know what they should type next. Oh, well, that's what's going on right now, Zero. Not Zero. Sorry. My apologies. I'm used to the name being Zero. Cursed Soul. That's what it is currently. You can see, right? You can see E space T space I. That's how you can tell what's going on. And then at the end, or eventually, I'm going to add a speech bubble. So as you're typing, you're able to see the overall poem being written. And then at the end, you'll see the poem, and then spellcasting, do-do-do-do-do-do-do, and blah-blah. Well, bam! That's what'll happen. And the main character learns to overcome her fear. I think that would be fun, yeah. There's a lot of different ways, like, character beats you could take it as. And the main, oh, I see. Yep. And I have a rational fear of ghosts ruining my hard-earned hot food. It is a rational fear, I can't agree. In this world, magic's so common that ghosts aren't really, they're not that bad, usually. Sometimes. Like I said, necromancers are like lawyers. They make good work. They're well respected. I can say that to be certain. Now, if that is the case, I think for now, I think I'm going to, we skins, yeah. I'd love to be able to add more customizations. Again, customization, not needed for the game. It'll happen later, but for right now, we stick with this. Someone suggested having like a golden hat that you can get as an achievement. I thought that was a cute idea. Well, saying all of these guys, and ghost letters are rhythm sections that you have to ignore. Yeah, someone suggested ghost letters. The rhythm, we'll add on here, rhythm, maybe, ghost letters. Something like this. There we go. I'll add that onto there. Ghost letters. And maybe you could have a difficulty option of turning on grayed out text showing upcoming parts of the poem. I agree, for me it'd be more interesting if I could see it more as a standard written text. I feel like that comes to, that's later discussion. It's something that I've discussed very long, and it's always just something to consider, especially UI, UX stuff. Right now, we can worry about the looks later. Right now, we're just trying to get it functional. But certainly, there's different ways to make it look visually nice and visually appealing. For example, a lot of people don't like the look of the book. The book is temporary. But I do agree with you on different ideas for it being grayed out. Initially, the words were all here and you could see it in one sentence. Actually, let me see if I can show you what I mean. The original look of the game. I might have it on here. If I go here, do I have the original look of the game on here? Let's see. Oh, here we go. This is one version where the words were here and you had to type it out to the beat. And this was another version where the words would slide to the left and you would be able to see them coming up like this. So I've been through the park. I've been around town and trying to figure out visually appealing looks. And it makes sense the ghost would impact both the cafe and rhythm mechanics. Yep. I want them to go side by side and slide left. Crisscross, da-da. Cha-cha real smooth. Oh, go to work. Saying all of that, I now have one announcement to make. If I go back to this guy here, wait, okay. No, saying all of that, let me slide this guy here.
Ravi Royale subscribed on YouTube.
Thank you, Ravi Royale. Welcome to stream, and thank you for the subscription. I hope you're doing well. Hey, I was gonna word something, I forget. Let me hide this guy here since that timer's not needed. Oh, right, okay. I will be hosting a idea jam. So, everything that we did this week, I'd like you all to do on your own and to see what ideas you come up with. How does that sound? Let me go ahead and I should be able to do this guy here. Here we go, okay. And if I do this guy here, if you'd like to join the idea jam, you can join on the Discord. It has been announced. It has indeed. Let me copy this guy here. I should be able to do this guy here. There we go. So I will be, once the stream's over, I will be announcing a theme on Discord. And in order to apply, let me show you. We go back into this guy here. Let me move this guy here and this guy here. And then I should be able to let me grab the form. If I go ahead and share, copy, shorten URL. Yep, okay. So, as I said, everything we did today, you'll be able to do. And then next week, we will be discussing, hold on. Next week, we'll see what people have done for ideas. So we'll see what everyone comes up with. There's a whole Google Sheet to go through. So again, everything we did. So title, pitch, hook, inspiration, platform, genre, all these things are here for a Google Sheet for you to do. You'll have 1 week to complete it if you'd like to participate. There's no reward. This is just for fun. This is a game jam, but not a game jam. It's just an idea jam. I will announce the theme once the stream's over, once I can post it up for people who don't know what's happening on Discord. I'm not making it like a big announcement since it's just gonna be Discord stuff. I wanna see how well I can manage things, but that is there. If you'd like to join, you can join the Discord and then I'll be announcing it through the events. So if you're interested in that, there will be that. Next week, we'll be doing the pixel art community stream. We'll also see if this gets enough. If not, maybe we can see about doing a double, but I'm hoping we can. So next week, we're going to look over these guys depending on the theme. And it's like school, but without the bad parts. I'm glad you like the idea. I like idea thinking. So I'm hoping it's gonna be fun. And it's just for an idea, not a game. Yep. The idea is that I'll give you a thing and then make an idea of a game. You're not making a game, you're just filling this guy out. You're just filling out this document. What I did here, what I did today on stream, and hi by the way, Xander, welcome to stream, 100% teacher. No, and people have been wanting me to make a game jam, and I've been wanting to host game jams, but this is a compromise. It's not too game jammy. What you saw me do here, I'll also have these guys linked in this on the website here for examples, so you can see. What I just did in the 30-ish, 45 minutes, you'll have all week to complete it. And join if you want, join if you don't want. But if you've been wanting to make a game and you haven't been sure how to or where to start, this could be a fun place to start. The theme will be announced and then we'll see where things go. And homework? No! It's called fun. And hi by the way, Delta. Welcome back to stream. My game idea folder has 83 documents in it, yeah. Oh boy, I'm excited to see how this goes, truly. So again, join the Discord if you want, and then we'll take a look on stream next week to see what ideas you've come up with, and we'll go over them and see how that goes. Next week, we'll also do the community stream for Pixel Art. That is where we all draw on a big board and share. No, I must hoard my ideas like a dragon hoards gold. It is fun to hoard, I agree, Oxidize. You know what? Sometimes it's fun. It's fun to share. You can see here, these are previous community streams we've done. This is where everyone gets to draw on a big big board, big canvas of pixel art. And we do different themes also on there, about 20 minutes for each theme. And when are you streaming next? I stream from, I'm glad. Are we all good to go? It died for a second. I've been lurking while working on a new idea instead of my main project. This is why I will not be participating. I already participated. I participated today by making these 3 guys, so we're all good. Making ideas is easier than making games. Yeah, just having fun with making games. Let's see. Well, that'll be game idea, and then we'll see either music or game again. So we'll see where things go. And what's 100% getting? I love this idea. I can never tell, Oxidize, but I'm glad you enjoy the idea. And I hope you have a lot of fun. Like I said, theme will be announced probably in the next hour. I'll do an at everyone for all of those things, and then we'll see where things go. But you like that? That is there. Saying that though, let's go back to the screen here. There we are. Hello. If you're on YouTube, this will be it for me. I am going to continue streaming on Twitch for a little longer to see if we can find someone to raid. But that's about it for the stream. I hope you all enjoyed. I hope you all have a lovely afternoon, evening, night, morning, sundown, sunrise, wake up, go to sleep. All those things. And bye, thank you. And as people say, anyone can have ideas, so it's quite accessible. Yeah, it's just ideas. No pressure whatsoever. Thank you again for coming. And again, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I like their raids, and it's fun to see. Alright, see you all soon. Bye.